Astonishing results _4. Sister Xiaoxi, don't get agitated. Actually, I think Dad makes a lot of sense, Shangguan Su began, Zhuoling really isn't suitable for you. Grandpa, Grandma, what do you think? Shangguan Shi looked towards Elder Zheng and Madame Zheng. Madame Zheng smiled and said, Sister Xiaoxi, your grandmother and I share the same view. When a girl gets married, she has to keep her eyes wide open. Besides, Zhuoling's parents are also getting on in years. What if you really ended up with Zhuoling? Who would look after your children? His parents even need a nanny to take care of themselves. I can hire another nanny, Shangguan Shi argued. Madame Zheng smiled and said, when the child is too young to speak, would you really be comfortable leaving them in someone else's care? Moreover, what if you have a daughter and your in-laws don't like her and secretly dispose of the child? What will you do then? That won't happen. She would be their own granddaughter. It will, Ni Tsuihua stepped forward and said, you'll find all sorts of people in this world, especially people like Zhuoling's parents who favor sons over daughters. It was then that Shangguan Shi realized that Ni Tsuihua had already lost 3 children. Mom is right, Ni Yang chimed in at the right moment, Sister Xiaoxi, medical research has proven that the sex of a baby is actually determined by the male side. Human sex chromosomes determine the gender, with males being XY and females XX. The cells produced by women all contain an X, while those produced by men could be X or Y. If both cells are X, then a girl is born, if the male contributes a Y, then a boy is born. At this point, Ni Yang paused, then continued, Zhuoling's family has the genes for having daughters, so there's a 90% chance that your first child would be a girl. This means you should be prepared for the 90% likelihood of your child being discarded. Ni Yang was not one to mince words, so what she said always hit hard. Shangguan Shi hesitated for a moment, then said, Yang, do you believe this too? How can you be so certain that Zhuoling's parents will definitely favor boys over girls? Maybe they just like having lots of children? After all, Shangguan Zai's experience was too limited to fully understand these things. You can tell just from her having given birth to 7 girls, Ni Yang continued, Sister Xiaoxi, medically speaking, pain is classified into 12 levels. The first level is the pain from a mosquito bite, and the 12th level is the pain of a mother during childbirth. Plus, giving birth is really harmful to the body. The best state for a woman is to give birth to 1 or 2 children. Who would joke about their own health without some kind of strong belief? Ni Yang's words were so logical that they left no room for rebuttal. Shangguan Shi fell silent for a bit, then said, I feel that Zhuoling is not that kind of person. I'm marrying Zhuoling, not his parents. Even if his parents truly favor sons over daughters, it has nothing to do with us. Once a son is married off, could the parents still be trying to meddle? Ni Yang did not rush to contradict Shangguan Shi but said, Sister Xiaoxi, don't reveal our family's situation to Zhuoling for now. Just observe him for a while longer and see if his character is worthy of your lifetime commitment. If he truly is worthy, I believe our family will have no objections to you. With that, Ni Yang turned her eyes to Shangguan Shi, Sister Xiaoxi, Dad, Mom, Grandma, Grandpa, Aunt, and your brothers object to this matter purely because they want you to have a better life. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Especially Su Lian, who now looked at Ni Yang differently. Previously, when Ni Tsuihua had just married Shangguan Dehui, she had worried about whether Ni Yang and Shangguan Shi could get along well since the children were grown and had their own ideas. Now it seemed that her worries were unfounded. Although Ni Yang was a few years younger than Shangguan Shi, her maturity was far greater. The words she spoke were persuasive. As an elder, Su Lian found nothing to fault in what she said, and moreover, Ni Yang had Shangguan Zai's best interests at heart with every word. Yang, I didn't just meet Zhuoling today. I know what kind of person he is, Shangguan Shi said firmly. Ni Yang smiled and responded, that remains to be seen. A fox's tail doesn't show itself in a day. True gold fears no fire. Sister Xiaoxi, if Zhuoling truly is a man worth entrusting your life to, then no matter how you observe him, you won't see any hint of a fox's tail. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Astonishing results _5. Su Lian nodded. I think Yang Yang is absolutely right. On the other side, Zhuoling rode his bicycle back home. Zhuo's father, unable to wait, asked, "How did it go? Did Xiaoxi's parents have a good first impression of you? Do you even need to ask?" Zhuo's mother, sitting on the sofa watching TV, scoffed. "Our Lingling's credentials are so outstanding, you couldn't find a better son-in-law with a lantern. Could the Shengguan family possibly look down on us?" Zhuo's parents were both retired factory workers, and they had been cadres at the factory, so their retirement benefits were extremely generous, with a pension of 300 yuan each month. Plus, owning 2 apartments in Beijing, life was particularly comfortable for them. Hearing this, Zhuo's father nodded in agreement. That's true. The mother continued, "How are Xiaoxi's family conditions? Are they as good as your Uncle Chen's?" Zhuoling shook his head. Uncle Chen is a city dweller, while Xiaoxi's family is from the countryside. There's no comparison. But Xiaoxi's family seems to be quite well off. I saw that they even have big appliances like a refrigerator and a washing machine, and their house is beautifully decorated. Refrigerators and washing machines together wouldn't cost less than a few thousand yuan. Could an ordinary family afford that? Don't even think about it. From the countryside? Zhuo's mother sat up in surprise. Xiaoxi is a rural person? Due to past experiences, Zhuo's mother got goosebumps at the mention of rural people. Their family was living so comfortably, they certainly didn't want to be visited by poor relatives looking for handouts every day. Xiaoxi is from Jinghua village, Zhuoling nodded. But you don't have to worry, Mom. Xiaoxi's relatives dress very decently, not like poor people, so you don't have to worry about people coming to our door asking for things. Zhuo's mother sighed. This child, how did you end up choosing a country person of all people? Mom, I love Xiaoxi, I really do. I hope you can agree to our relationship, Zhuoling continued. Mom, I promise you, Xiaoxi's family doesn't have that kind of poor relatives, and their conditions are really quite good. You see how long it's been since we've changed the carpet in our living room? The carpet in Xiaoxi's living room is not only brand new but also woolen. Zhuoling's feelings for Shengguan were genuine, otherwise, they wouldn't have had an on and off relationship. Zhuo's mother tapped Zhuoling on the forehead. You're just too naive. You might get cheated and end up counting someone else's money for them. Of course, her family wouldn't let go of a catch like you so easily. Are you sure the place you went to tonight was even Xiaoxi's home? Perhaps Shengguan had planned it all along, and the place Zhuoling visited tonight wasn't her home at all. A rural person being able to afford a carpet? That's laughable. And didn't you say that Xiaoxi's mom isn't her birth mother, but a stepmother? Have you ever seen a stepmother who truly cares for her stepdaughter? If you really marry Xiaoxi, then you'll have troubles. That stepmother will steal a little today, a little tomorrow, and our family won't be able to live properly. Her son was only 23 years old and already earning over 100,000 yuan a month. You probably couldn't find a few like him in the whole of Beijing. If Shengguan Zai's family was a bit better off, that would be one thing, but now knowing that Shengguan is just a country girl, she felt scornful, thinking that Shengguan was after their family's wealth. Of course, a country girl would be happy to marry into the city. Isn't that just like a sparrow turning into a phoenix? Not at all, Zhuoling shook his head. I think Xiaoxi's stepmother is quite nice, not like someone who would steal things. You've just visited them today for the first time, of course she'd put on an act. Once you're married, she will show her true colors, his mother continued. Lingling, listen to your mom, Xiaoxi is not worthy of you. I think the daughter of your Uncle Chen is quite good. Chen Liebao is Uncle Chen's only daughter. Eventually, the Chen family's fortune will be yours. Indeed, Chen Libao's family's conditions were even better than Zhua's. However, Chen Liebao looked like Zhu Beiji, not only with a big face and fat ears but also exceedingly rude and noisy when eating, just like a pig. Compared to Shengguan Shi, it was night and day. Zhuoling was at least a workshop director and also quite handsome. How could he possibly marry someone like that? It would be an utter joke. Though Shengguan Zai's family wasn't as well off, she was good-looking and also a university student. Plus, their relationship was a love match, he would have faced when bringing her out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Astonishing results _6. No, I just like Xiaoxi, Zhuoling asserted stubbornly. Zhua's mother sighed, you used to be such an obedient child, what has changed now? I know you don't find Liebao attractive, but haven't you heard the saying, beauty is a source of trouble? Being beautiful is not necessarily a good thing. King Zhou of Shang lost his kingdom because of Daji, Tang Xuanzong faced the Anshi rebellion because of Yang Yuhuan, and King Yu of Zhou was overthrown because of Bao Si. The words of the ancients contain profound wisdom. The saying beauty is a source of trouble is not without basis. At this point, Zhua's mother paused and continued, actually, women are all the same when the lights go out. There's nothing more to them, nothing less. Whether one is beautiful or not is just about looks. And besides, Lingling, you are destined for great things in the future. You can't let your heart be taken by youthful love, and you certainly can't let Xiaoxi hold you back. What you're lacking is a wise and virtuous wife, not a fairy who is above the mundane world. Liebao, that child, definitely looks like she's blessed with good fortune, big head, big bottoms, surely someone who can bear sons. After you marry, you'll give me a fair and plump grandson. As she spoke, Zhua's mother started to dream of a wonderful future. Her grandson, she gave birth to 8 children, all for the day she could hold her grandson in her arms. Zhuoling shook his head, no, Mom, please stop talking. Just the thought of having to sleep next to a pig in the future makes me so nauseous that I won't be able to eat breakfast tomorrow. You child, his mother chided, how can you speak like that? How has Liebao disgusted you? I think she's very nice. Your Uncle Chen said that if you're willing to marry Liebao, not only will our family not have to pay a penny for the dowry, but we'll also get 5,000 yuan as part of her dowry. Can Xiaoxi's family offer 5,000 yuan for a dowry? I bet they can't even come up with 50 yuan. That's 5,000 yuan. Where could you find such a favorable marriage offer? But Zhuoling sneered at the 5,000 yuan, knowing that one can't have the best of both worlds. Even if Chen Libao's family offered 50,000 yuan for the dowry, there's absolutely no way I'd marry a pig. Having said this, Zhuoling turned and walked away. Zhua's mother was so infuriated by Zhuoling that she was more convinced than ever that Shengguan Shi was the reincarnation of the millennia-old fox spirit Su Daji. Let it be, Zhua's father said, just don't meddle with the child's affairs. Nowadays, people value love marriages, and arranged marriages by parents are out of fashion. When Zhua's father was at work, he held a lower position than Zhua's mother, so she had always been in charge, which meant that at home, Zhua's mother had the final say. Moreover, Zhua's mother didn't have any preference for sons over daughters. The reason she had 8 children was to prove her worth. Because a life without a son was considered incomplete. A daughter married off is like water splashed out. No matter how many daughters you have, they can't compare to having a son. Zhua's mother continued, our Lingling is too outstanding, who knows how many girls out there have their eyes on him. I calculated everything but never expected Shengguan Shi to be from the countryside. If I had known she was from the countryside, would never have agreed to it when Lingling first brought it up. That girl is too scheming, hiding her rural background and deceiving us for so long. She should have mentioned her rural background early on. What is this, if not deceit? Our Lingling is a dragon roaming the heavens, and she is just a sparrow that aspires to transform into a phoenix. It's too unsightly. Zhu's father turned the page of the newspaper in his hand and replied, following his wife's thoughts, I also think Lai Bao is a decent child. The Chens are still young and can at least provide support for them for over a decade. If our Lingling marries Lai Bao and they have a chubby baby boy, the good days are still ahead. Meanwhile, at the Ni family's home, Ni Tsuehua and Shengguan Dehui were sitting on the bed, also talking about Shengguan Shi. As a stepmother, there were some things Ni Tsuehua felt awkward to speak out directly. She could only convey her thoughts to Shengguan Dehui, although Xiaoxi seems to have a mild temperament and doesn't usually show much temper, she actually has a rebellious streak deep inside. You have to talk to her about Zhuoling properly, but also don't push her too hard, beware of the extreme rebound effect. Even though Shengguan Shi wasn't born to Ni Tsuehua, through the days spent together, she had come to understand Shengguan Zai's nature very well. Shengguan Dehui nodded, I know, don't worry. Actually, Shengguan Shi was very much like the late Su Fun. Su Fun had known that Shengguan Dehui had someone else in his heart, but she had still married him disregarding everything. Shengguan Shi was also troubled, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep all night long. She couldn't figure it out. Zhuoling's qualifications were so outstanding, why couldn't her family see his worth? As a result, when Shengguan Shi got up the next morning, 2 dark circles had formed under her eyes. Sister Xiaoxi, didn't sleep well last night? Ni Yang greeted her at the dining table. Shengguan Shi nodded. Here, take this. Ni Yang fished a pink sugar pill from her pocket. What's this? Ni Yang said with a smile, it helps relieve fatigue and lighten dark circles. Hearing about the beneficial effects of the sugar pill, Shengguan Shi immediately took it and swallowed, thank you, Yang, otherwise I wouldn't have been presentable today. After a while, Ni Tsuehua came over with breakfast. At noon, Ni Yang received a phone call from the hospital. After hanging up, Ni Yang found Ni Tsuehua, Mom, I have something to tell you now, you need to be prepared emotionally. Is it about the paternity test? Ni Tsuehua asked. Yes. Ni Yang nodded, Mom, Yenyun is our second sister. Crash. The vase in Ni Kuihua's hand dropped to the floor, shattering, and with tears in her eyes, she said, really, is it true? It's true, Ni Yang hugged Ni Tsuehua, Mom, we've found our second sister. We've found her. We've found her. Ni Tsuehua cried tears of joy. Although they had found the person, Ni Tsuehua was still faced with a dilemma. Whether to acknowledge her or not. Currently, without acknowledgement, they still had a kinship with the Wu family. If they burst this bubble, what if they couldn't even remain relatives? After all, the Wu family had raised Wu Yenyun for 17 years, from a helpless little baby to a graceful young lady. No one knew how much heart and soul the Wu parents had poured into her. If they were to acknowledge her now, would the Wu parents forgive them? Would Wu Yenyun forgive them? In the evening, everyone gathered to discuss this issue. The elderly Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng said, we definitely must acknowledge her. No matter what, that child is our Zheng family's blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Complete outbreak. Shengguan Lady and Shengguan Dehui also suggested making the recognition. After all, they were talking about her own flesh and blood, and besides, Ni Tsuehua had not intended to abandon Wu Yenyun in the first place. Yang, what do you think? Zheng Patriarch looked towards Ni Yang. Though young in age, Ni Yang was not lacking in experience, and her opinion was always sought in major family matters. Ni Yang said, of course we need to recognize her, after all, Yenyun is also a member of our family. But this matter can't be rushed, it needs to be approached gradually. I'll first go and gauge Godfather's reaction to see what they say. Wu Yenyun may be of a gentle disposition, but that doesn't necessarily mean she could accept this. After all, there's a saying, some pains are never understood until they happen to oneself. The person who was abandoned was Wu Yenyun, and the person who was almost sold was also Wu Yenyun. That core bitterness can only truly be understood by someone who has personally experienced it. Zheng Patriarch nodded, Yang is right. Ni Yang continued, let me handle this matter, you all wait at home for my news. With that, Ni Yang got up and walked outside. Yang, where are you going? Ni Tsuhua stood up. Ni Yang glanced back slightly, I'm heading to the construction site. I'll go with you, Ni Quihua's eyes reddened. No need for you to go, it's not appropriate for you to appear at a time like this. Shangguan Dehui held on to Ni Quihua's wrist. From an outsider's perspective, after all, Ni Tsuehua is the mother, and with the daughter having been abandoned, the mother bears an undeniable responsibility. Ni Yang nodded, Dad's right, I can go by myself. Ni Yang didn't go empty-handed, she took a basket of pork lard cakes and 2 bottles of milk tea along. Right as she walked out, she saw Mo Qishan riding his bicycle toward her. Where are you off to, wife? Mo Qishan stopped his bike in front of Ni Yang, propping one foot on the ground, his thin lips curved with a faint smile. The sunlight shone from behind him, brilliant and golden. Against the light, his face was somewhat obscured, and he appeared as if he had descended from the clouds. Mo brother, Ni Yang promptly brought herself to a halt. Mo Qishan parked his bike at the entrance, taking the items from Ni Yang's hands. Where to? I'll accompany you. To the construction site. It was roughly a 10-minute walk from the Ni family, and on the way, Ni Yang informed Mo Qishan about Wu Yenyun. Mo brother, we found our second sister who was abandoned. It is Wu Yenyun, right? Mo Qishan's expression was calm, his tone very certain. In fact, he had long realized, Ni Yang was clear about her affections and grudges, she wouldn't be nice to someone without a reason. After all, there are many poor people in this world, and if one were to extend a helping hand to each one, who would have so much energy? Awesome! Ni Yang extended her thumb to Mo Qishan. That's right, Mo Qishan said with false arrogance, if I weren't so impressive, would I have a beautiful wife like you? Your skin is too thick. As she spoke, Ni Yang continued, I'm going to discuss this matter with Godfather now. What do you think his reaction will be? Mo Qishan squinted his eyes, our Godfather is an honest person, and you've helped his family so much. Though he may be surprised, I think he surely won't make things difficult for you. If it weren't for Ni Yang, Wu Yenyun would now have been sold off to the Wu family, and the whole Wu family would not be able to live the life they have today. Ni Yang nodded, I think your analysis is very accurate. Before long, they arrived at the construction site. Over 1 month had passed, and the construction site had changed considerably, the brick walls were already 2 levels high. Ni Yang and Mo Qishan distributed the pork lard cakes and milk tea to everyone. In this freezing weather, biting into a soft pork lard cake followed by a sip of warm milk tea warmed the heart and stomach, a most exquisite comfort. The workers had been at the construction site for so long and had never encountered such generous homeowners. Mo Qishan knew Ni Yang had something to say to Wu Jinshu, so he took some cigarettes and went to distribute them among the workers. Ni Yang, with food in hand, found Wu Jinshu. Yang, you really don't need to be so polite, we've already had our fill at lunch. With Ni Yang being so courteous, Wu Jinshu felt somewhat embarrassed. These days the Ni family nearly sent food over every afternoon, but sometimes it was Grandmother Zheng and Patriarch Zheng and Lady Shangguan who came. Ni Yang was busy and couldn't possibly come every day. Ni Yang smiled, everyone's working hard, and the weather's so cold. Eating something is a good way to warm up. After speaking, Ni Yang added, actually, Godfather, there's something else I need to talk to you about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Total outbreak. _2. Hearing that Ni Yang had something to say, Wu Jinshu immediately put down his teacup, as he had never treated Ni Yang like a child. Yang Yang, go ahead. Ni Yang continued, this is about Yenyun. Yenyun? Wu Jinshu asked anxiously, Yang Yang, is that child causing you trouble? No, Ni Yang shook her head, getting straight to the point, Godfather, actually. Yenyun is my sister. Wu Jinshu smiled and said, Yenyun is already your sister, isn't she? Realizing Wu Jinshu might have misunderstood her, Ni Yang continued, Godfather, Yenyun is my full-blooded younger sister. What? Wu Jinshu was taken aback. Full-blooded younger sister? Wu Jinshu looked at Ni Yang and couldn't speak for a long while, not knowing what to say. Ni Yang then spoke of the past, Godfather, it's like this, when Ni Tsuhua gave birth to Wu Yenyun that year, Ni Yang was only 1 year old, she didn't know what exactly happened, but when Mrs. Mu abandoned her 3 younger sisters and little Ni Yun, Ni Yang already had memories. At that time, Ni Tsuhua simply had no ability to resist. If it weren't for the fact that the first child couldn't be abandoned, she too would not have escaped Mrs. Mu's clutches. Wu Yenyun had her own hardships, and Ni Tsuehua had hers. Wu Jinshu's eyebrows were deeply furrowed as he listened to Ni Yang. Were they intending to take Wu Yenyun back? The Ni family was wealthy, their conditions were much better than his family's. If Wu Yenyun could be acknowledged by Ni Yang, she would be a young lady with a large fortune, and surely that would be better than staying with them. But Yenyun was, after all, the daughter they had raised with their own hands. He couldn't bear to let her go, he truly couldn't bear it. Ni Yang seemed to perceive Wu Jinshu's thoughts and went on, Godfather, rest assured, I'm not here to take Yenyun away. It wasn't easy for you and Godmother to raise Yenyun to this age. The grace of upbringing is greater than heaven. No matter what, you are Yenyun's parents. Ni Yang wasn't the kind of person without a conscience. The Wu family had raised Wu Yenyun for so long, it would not only be illogical to take her back now, but it would also be unfair to Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju. Including Ni Tsuehua, they had no intention of taking Wu Yenyun back. They just wanted to clarify things to Wu Yenyun and use the rest of their lives to make it up to her, so that neither of them would have regrets in their lives. Then, Wu Jinshu started, his mouth agape. If the Ni family didn't want to take Wu Yenyun back, then why had Ni Yang told him all this? Ni Yang continued, Godfather, if you don't mind, let Yenyun also acknowledge my parents as godparents. From now on, our 2 families will be even closer relatives. After much thought, this seemed like the most appropriate solution. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinshu breathed a sigh of relief, Yang Yang, I can't decide this alone, I need to go back and discuss this with your godmother and then see what Yenyun thinks. Yes, that's only proper, Ni Yang nodded, standing up and dusting herself off, I'll head back first, Godfather. All right, Wu Jinshu stood to see Ni Yang off. Although Wu Jinshu wasn't well educated, he understood the ways of the world. The reason Ni Yang hadn't gone directly to Wu Yenyun, but instead had come to him, was out of respect for him. It showed that he, as her godfather, mattered to Ni Yang. If it had been someone without conscience, they could have just pushed him, the foster father, aside. But Ni Yang hadn't done that. Watching Ni Yang walk away, Mo Chishan quickly jogged over, how did it go? What did our godfather say? Ni Yang replied, it's just like you guessed. Godfather didn't make it difficult for me, but I don't know what Yenyun will think. Mo Chishan wrapped an arm around Ni Yang's shoulders, his thin lips parting lightly, do your best and let fate decide. As a sister, you've done well enough, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Ni Yang was only Wu Yanyan's sister. In other families, a sister simply couldn't do so much, especially since she wasn't the one who caused this mess, to begin with. Ni Yang nodded, let's hurry back. My parents and grandparents are still at home waiting for the result. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived home, Ni Tsuehua and the rest were eager to ask Ni Yang what Wu Jinshu had said. Ni Yang shared, Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, don't be anxious. My godfather didn't make things difficult for me. He said that we'll need to wait for Yanyan's feelings on this matter, and we'll probably know the result by tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Total outburst. _3. Ni Tsuehua nodded, her eyes still red. Lady Shengwan said, I see that Yenyun is quite gentle and sensible. I think she will definitely understand you, Dia, don't worry. Wu Yenyun seemed like a child with no temper, gentle and honest, not the kind who would unreasonably stick to his guns. Lady Zheng agreed, I think my in-law is right. Wu Yenyun had visited the Ni family a few times, and now thinking back, Lady Zheng felt that Wu Yanyan's temperament was very much like Zheng Suyu's. On the other hand, Shengwan she had been preoccupied all day. Zhuoling noticed her distraction and asked when they were returning to the dormitory after work, Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell? Shengwan she smiled and said, it's nothing. Thinking of her family's advice, Shengwan she added, Zhuoling, there's something I want to talk to you about. Go ahead. Shengwan she spotted a small restaurant on the roadside, let's go there and talk while we eat. Okay, Zhuoling nodded. The small restaurant was very simple, the two of them ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup for just 8 yuan. As they ate and talked, Shengwan she asked, Zhuoling, do you hope your future child is a boy or a girl? When Shengwan she suddenly asked this, Zhuoling was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, boy or girl, I like both equally. Didn't the great man say that men and women are now equal? Hearing this, Shengwan she breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Zhuoling wasn't biased in favor of boys. Xiaoxi, why would you suddenly ask that? Zhuoling looked up at Shengwan shi, tell me, are you thinking about having children with me? Cough. 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 Shengwan shi choked on her soup, tears streaming from her eyes. Xiaoxi, are you all right? Zhuoling quickly stood up to pat her back, take it easy, no one's rushing you. I was startled by you, all right. Shengwan she rolled her eyes at Zhuoling, her face turning red, who said I want to have children with you. Zhuoling laughed, if not with me, then who else would you want to have them with? Shengwan she pushed him lightly, straightened her expression, and said, Zhuoling, be serious. I'm talking about something important here. Who says I'm not being serious? I am very serious and solemn. Zhuoling continued, Xiaoxi, we are not young anymore, I met your parents yesterday. When can we get our marriage certificate? Then we can have a bunch of kids. A bunch? Shengwan she widened her eyes, Zhuoling, family planning is so strict now. And you still want a bunch? Zhuoling slapped his forehead, right, I forgot, I thought it was still my parents' era where you could have as many children you want. Shengwan she continued, I have a question for you, and you must answer me honestly. Zhuoling nodded. Ask away, I guarantee no secrets at all from you, or may lightning strike me dead. Did my uncle and aunt have so many children because they preferred sons over daughters? Shengwan she asked. Of course not. Zhuoling immediately denied. Xiaoxi, why would you think that? My parents are leaders at the factory, they are educated people, how can their consciousness be so low? Rest assured, they absolutely aren't the type who prefer sons over daughters. Whether or not his parents favored sons over daughters, Zhuoling, being their son, definitely knew it clearly. As a child, while his 7 sisters ate bran and swallowed vegetables, he alone ate white rice and fine flour, having a boiled egg every morning, his sisters not even dreaming of getting a piece of the eggshell. Moreover, all 7 of his sisters were illiterate, only he graduated from university. Even now, those 7 sisters had to frequently subsidize the family, but how could he admit such a thing directly? Zhuoling wasn't stupid. He and Sheng Wanzai's relationship was at a critical juncture. What if this broke them up? He certainly didn't want to marry Chen Liebao, that pig. Really? Sheng Wanshi pressed on, if uncle and aunt didn't prefer sons over daughters, then why did they have so many children? Zhuoling laughed and said, my dad was an only child, and my mom had her and my aunt, just 2 people. Seeing other families with many children always seemed very lively, my parents especially envied that. So, my mom gave birth to my 7 sisters and me. Actually, there was another younger sister after me, but when my mom was 8 months pregnant with her, she accidentally fell. Medical skills weren't advanced at that time, so the baby didn't survive, and my mom was very heartbroken. After that, she never conceived again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Total outbreak. _4. Zhuoling made up the story about the past pregnancy. His goal was simply to make Sheng Wanshi believe him. After all, the Zhuo family had only moved to Beijing 20 years ago, and many old neighbors weren't clear about their old affairs, so even if Sheng Wanshi had the intention to inquire, she wouldn't find out anything. Sheng Wanshi nodded, oh, I see. Zhuoling continued, my mother still remembers my unborn sister to this day. Every year on Tomb Sweeping Day and the Cold Clothes Festival, she burns paper money for her. Xiaoxi, you must remember never to bring this up in front of my mother, I don't want to resurrect her grief. He knew Sheng Wanshi too well, she was simple and kind-hearted. Considering his mother, she would not ask his mother to verify this. I understand. Don't worry, I won't say anything. That's good then. As the conversation ended, Sheng Wanshi added, by the way, Zhuoling, there's another thing I want to make clear to you. Go ahead, Zhuoling said with a smile, I'm all ears. Sheng Wanshi said, nowadays, birth planning is so strict. If we were to get married in the future, regardless of whether our first child is a boy or a girl, I will not have a second child, and even your parents cannot interfere with our decision. If you agree, then we can continue our relationship, if you don't, then let's just end things here. Some things needed to be made clear in advance. Having been advised by her family, Sheng Wanshi didn't want to end up in an ugly dispute over such matters. This was absolutely unacceptable. Even though birth planning was strict, if one spouse could resign from work, not both being in employment would allow a second child. Besides, wasn't it a woman's duty to carry on the family line? Would a woman who couldn't bear children be brought home just to be revered like an ancestor? But of course, Zhuoling would never speak these thoughts aloud. He was, for now, quite content to revere Sheng Wanshi like an honored ancestor. Sheng Wanshi was beautiful and well-educated, and they shared deep feelings. Zhuoling did not want to part ways over the issue of children. People change. Sheng Wanshi, not yet married and still a young woman, was unaware of a woman's duties and mission. Perhaps after getting married, she would understand. By then, she might even be clamoring to have a second, third, or fourth child. Yes. That would definitely happen. Thinking this, Zhuoling said with a smile, yes, I'll listen to you. Xiaoxi, don't worry, in the future, whatever you say goes in our family. As for children, you can have as many as you want, and if you don't want any, then we won't have any at all. Really? Sheng Wanshi looked at Zhuoling somewhat surprised, as she had not expected him to be so open-minded. Because her birth mother, Su Fun, had died in childbirth on the operating table, Xianxia harbored some fear of giving birth. Zhuoling, I'll just tell you the truth. My biological mother died from complications during childbirth, and I am actually quite afraid of giving birth, Xianxia continued. And I've heard from Xiaolin in the workshop that giving birth is incredibly painful, and that during birth, the child and feces might come out together. What had Xiaolin said at that time? Xiaolin said she lost all her dignity on the operating table. Ever since having a child, Xiaolin had become a different person, treating her own mother with special kindness and filial piety, because she had experienced the agony of childbirth. A woman only understands a mother's sacrifices and greatness once she becomes a mother herself. One only understands parental grace after raising children. Zhuoling said with a smile, then let's not have children. By the way, Xiaoxi, what do your uncle and aunt, grandparents, and grandmother think of me after yesterday? He knew without asking that Xianxuan's parents must have a very good impression of him. After all, finding a man like him in Beijing was incredibly difficult. Zhuoling was very aware of Xianxuan's family circumstances. Xianxuan's father was just a teacher. How much could a teacher earn a month? At most 20 yuan. Not even as much as their family nanny maid. And her stepmother just ran a small business, the least prestigious occupation. If it weren't for his affection for Xianxia, he wouldn't consider marrying the daughter of a small business owner. Xianxuan's brother worked at a bank, probably just doing menial tasks. As for that sister, except for being the top scorer in the college entrance exam, she was utterly useless. The sister's boyfriend didn't even have a proper job. He guessed that the total income of Xianxuan's entire family might not be higher than his salary alone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1000, Total Outbreak. _5. Not only is the income low, but there's also the need to support 3 elders and a child. What money could such a family have? When encountering a golden son-in-law like him, one must definitely hold on tight. In the entire family, only he has a monthly salary over 100. Zhuoling felt a full sense of superiority in his heart. Xianxuan didn't have the heart to deflate Zhuoling's pride and also wanted to leave a good impression of her family in his heart. She knew some things clearly herself and lightly said, "My parents have a particularly good impression of you, especially my aunt and my younger aunt. After you left, the 2 of them were still praising you." "Really?" Zhuoling asked. "Really?" Xianxuan nodded. Zhuoling then said, "So, should we start discussing our wedding date now?" Xianxuan's face flushed momentarily. This is not urgent, Xiaoxi, I'm already 23 this year. The 80s were not like later times. Back then, people advocated for early marriage and childbirth. Some college students were still studying when they had children. And there were some who attended college while having children. Someone like Xianxuan was already considered an older youth. The most crucial issue was that Xianxuan was somewhat traditional. Normally, Zhuoling couldn't even hold her hand, let alone other things. 23 is an age easily prone to impulsiveness. Xianxuan continued, "You've met my parents, but I haven't met your uncle and aunt yet. I also don't know if your uncle and aunt are satisfied with me," Zhuoling said with a smile. "You can rest assured about that, Xiaoxi. You're beautiful and well-educated. My parents will definitely be very satisfied with you. How about this, let's set a time for you to visit my parents, and then arrange a day for the parents on both sides to meet." Xianxuan nodded, "That's possible." Having resolved the issue of having children, Xianxuan felt much more relaxed. On the way to the dormitory, she even hummed the popular song, "Sweet Honey." No sooner had she returned to the dormitory than Xianxuan found an additional message on her pager from home. Xianxuan put on her coat again and went to a public telephone booth to call back home. The person who answered the phone was Ni Tsuehua. Ni Tsuihua was informing Sheng Guanxi about Wu Yanyan's situation. Although Wu Yanyun and Sheng Guanxi weren't related by blood, they were now a family, and since it was a family matter, she should inform Sheng Guanxi. It was the least form of respect. Sheng Guanxi was a sensible and good child and immediately said she would return home tomorrow. She was also very happy that Ni Tsuihua was willing to tell her about this matter. Meanwhile, at the Wu family, Wu Jinshu did not tell Wu Yenyun about the situation immediately but quietly spoke to Yen Erju about it. After hearing this, Yen Erju exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Wu Jinshu nodded. "What kind of question is that? Would I joke about such a matter?" After saying this, he continued, "It's not only our Yenyun who was abandoned as a child, but also Yang Yang's third and fourth sisters. However, we can't blame their mother for this." Yen Erju sighed after listening. "We really can't blame Yang Yang's mother for such a thing. Just look at your mother, and you'll understand. If it weren't for Yang Yang, wouldn't our Yenyun have been sold to the Wu family?" Upon mentioning this matter, Wu Jinshu bowed his head in shame. After they had moved here, Grandma Wu hadn't given up. After some inquiries, she and Wu Jinjin found this place. But on their way here, she had slipped and became a vegetable, still lying in the hospital to this date. Wu Jinjin was afraid of being responsible and hid himself away. As a son, Wu Jinshu had to take care of her, now bearing a medical expense of 20 yuan per month. Fortunately, the construction company was now making quite a bit of money each month, so this 20 yuan didn't exert too much pressure on them. Otherwise, life would really have been impossible to continue. Also fortunately, Grandma Wu's fall made her a vegetable, otherwise, who knows how much trouble she could have caused later on. She might even have taken this opportunity to fiercely extort a sum from the Ni family. Wu Jinshu knew it was wrong for a son to have such thoughts, but he couldn't help it. Whenever he thought of his mother's actions, he became very angry. Wu Jinshu then said, "When should we tell Yenyun about this matter? What do you think?" Yen Erju was unsure as well. At the same time, she was somewhat worried. After all, the Ni family's conditions were so good, what if Wu Yenyun didn't want them as his foster parents after knowing about this matter? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1001, Total Outbreak. _6. Wu Jinshu said, "What I mean is, since Yenyun will have to know about this sooner or later, we might as well tell her now. Isn't there a saying, a swift knife cuts through the mess? If Yenyun really chooses the Ni family and doesn't want us anymore, we can't stop her. After all, blood is thicker than water. No matter what choice Wu Yenyun made, Wu Jinshu would respect it." But out of selfishness, Wu Jinshu still hoped that Wu Yenyun wouldn't abandon them. "Okay," Yen Erju nodded and with a sigh said, "They'll go call Xiaoyun." Wu Yenyun now lived in a room by herself. When Yen Erju went to see her, she was revising her schoolwork. Her grades were good, but not top-notch. With Ni Yang as a shining example before her, she wanted to make a push as well, to bring honor to her parents. "Xiaoyun, are you studying?" Yen Erju gently pushed the door open. "Emichim." Wu Yenyun nodded. "Mom, is there something you needed from me?" Yen Erju smiled and said, "Xiaoyun, come with Mom for a moment, your dad and I have something to tell you." "Okay." Wu Yenyun put down her pen and followed Yen Erju to the master bedroom. "Yenyun is here, have a seat." Wu Jinshu patted the sofa. Sensing something off about her parents' expressions, Wu Yenyun asked, "Mom, Dad, what is it you want to talk to me about? You seem so serious." Wu Jinshu swallowed, carefully choosing his words in his mind. "It's not such a big deal, it's just. Yenyun, your mom and I want to talk to you about your origins. I think you should know that you are not our biological child." Upon hearing this, Wu Yenyun's eyes instantly reddened. "Mom, Dad, do you not want me anymore? Ever since she knew about her origins, Wu Yanyan's mind had become sensitive. She feared that one day her parents might suddenly not want her. Hearing this, her heart leaped to her throat. No, not at all. Wu Jinshu quickly shook his head to deny it. Silly child, what are you talking about? Why would your mom and dad not want you? Your parents just want to talk to you about this matter. Yan Erju added, Xiaoyun. You were raised by me, from diapers to potty training, how could I ever not want you? Don't worry, you will always be your father and mother's daughter. Wu Yanyan wiped her tears. Then, why are you bringing up this issue all of a sudden? Something felt off about it all. Yan Erju sighed and continued, Xiaoyun, your biological mother had no choice but to abandon you, and I hope you won't hold it against them. Wu Yanyan blinked, then said, have they come looking? Yan Erju nodded. Learning that her blood relatives had found her, Wu Yanyan couldn't describe what she was feeling. Her mind went blank. They didn't want her, did they? So why were they looking for her now? What kind of desperation had led them to give up their own flesh and blood? Mom, you and Dad just ignore them. Wu Jinshu continued, Yenyun, aren't you even a little bit curious who they are? I'm not curious. Besides, there wasn't anything to be curious about. Yan Erju said, Xiaoyun, your biological mother really had her desperate reasons, and I hope you can forgive them. Wu Yanyan stayed silent. Yan Erju continued, Xiaoyun, actually, Yang Yang is your sister, and Yang Yang's mom is your biological mother. At these words, Wu Yanyan felt as if something in her mind exploded with a bang. She never dreamed that Ni Tsuehua was her birth mother. That Ni Yang was her biological sister. She remembered the first time she saw Ni Yang. That day, Ni Yang wore a beautiful and tidy cheongsam, like a young miss from a wealthy family stepping out of a novel, observably untouchable. At the time, she wondered how there could be someone so beautiful in the world. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had such good fortune. Back then, she wore patchwork clothes, looking destitute like a beggar, struggling even for 3 meals a day. The first time she met Ni Tsuehua, the scene was much the same. Ni Tsuehua lived in a glittering, grand villa, surrounded by a cluster of servants, and she was dressed worse than the servants. Now, they had come to tell her that Ni Tsuehua was her birth mother. The irony of it all was just too much. Wu Yanyan couldn't accept it. She simply couldn't. No. Mom, you're lying to me. They're not. They're not. Wu Jinshu sighed, Yenyun, your mom isn't lying to you. Yang Yang really is your sister, and Yang Yang's mom is indeed your birth mother. Yenyun, our family's situation isn't as good as theirs. If you want to go to the Ni family, your mom and I won't stop you. After all, it wasn't Yang Yang's mom's intention to lose you, no. I won't go to their house. Dad, Mom, I am forever your daughter. I don't want to leave you. Wu Yanyan hugged Yan Erju tightly, Mom, don't send me away. Even if the Ni family owned mountains of gold and silver, she wouldn't go. Her home was here forever. Tears welled up in Yan Erju's eyes, how could your dad and I send you away? We want. Knowing that Wu Yanyan didn't want to leave, Yan Erju also breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Jinshu continued, Xiaoyun, Yang Yang has already discussed with me, why don't you just consider them as your godparents? That way, you'll have an extra set of parents who care about you. Is this what Sister Yang Yang suggested? Wu Yanyan looked at Wu Jinshu. Wu Jinshu nodded. Yes. I disagree. Wu Yanyan flatly rejected. Although she had never thought of going back to the Ni family, she hadn't expected that the Ni family never even considered taking her back. Her refusal was one thing. Whether the Ni family acknowledged it was another. Were they afraid she would come back to claim the Ni family's inheritance? Ridiculous. She had ambition, she was determined to fight for what she wanted. Did she care about the Ni family's wealth? Why not? Wu Jinshu asked. Because I will never forgive them. Not in this lifetime. Wu Yenyun declared. Now Wu Yenyun had finally realized why Enai Yang had said those words to her before. Enai Yang must have known then that she was her sister. If she knew all along, why didn't she tell her sooner? Wu Yenyun suddenly felt a ludicrous sense of being toyed with. So all of this was premeditated. Xiaoyun, don't be like that. Actually, Yang Yang's mom was also helpless. It wasn't just you who got thrown away, your third and fourth sisters were discarded too. Then why weren't Enai Yang and Enai Yun thrown away? Wu Yenyun retorted. Why was she the one discarded? As a mother, how could Enai Tsuihua not protect her own children? If she never wanted her to begin with, why give birth to her at all? Such injustice was truly unfair to her. Yen Erju continued, because Yang Yang is the eldest child. There's a saying back in our hometown that the eldest must be well raised. What about Enai Yun then? Wu Yenyun pressed on. Yen Erju choked, then said, Yun was also going to be thrown away, but fortunately, Yang Yang's mom and your biological father got divorced in time. Actually, Yang Yang's mom had it tough too. Then why couldn't they have divorced sooner? If they had divorced earlier, none of this would have happened. Wu Yenyun pressed on, anyway, I can't forgive them. Mom and Dad, let's not have any more dealings with them from now on. I don't want to see anyone from their family ever again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1002, Super Protective. Wu Yenyun really couldn't forgive the Enai family. Whenever she thought about how she was the one discarded, she felt extremely uncomfortable, suffocated, a mix of complex emotions would come together, and she felt like she would explode. Yenyun, calm down a bit, Erju continued, back then, women had no say in anything. You know about your grandmother's issue. If it weren't for Yang Yang, you would already be stepmothering someone else's children, you know? You can't be so heartless. Wu Yenyun looked at Erju and said, if they hadn't discarded me, I wouldn't have almost ended up as someone else's stepmother. At the end of the day, this whole thing was still the Enai family's fault. All the suffering she endured was caused by the Enai family. Wu Jinshu said, Yenyun, back then, when your grandmother wanted to marry you into the Wu family, your mom and I, we couldn't protect you, just like Yang Yang's mom faced the same situation as your mom and I did back then. Equally helpless, equally desperate. As parents, Wu Jinshu and Erju really understood Enai Tsuehua. Previously, as a bystander, Wu Yenyun, upon hearing Yang Yang reminisce about the past, could also understand Enai Tsuehua. But now, Wu Yenyun wasn't a bystander, she was the one who experienced it. No one knew what she had gone through over the years. She was only 18 this year, yet life's hardships had spared none on her. In the past, just to let her parents and 3 younger brothers have a bit more to eat, she often went hungry. In the winter, because she had no cotton shoes, her toes were nearly frostbitten. In her second year of high school, she was forced to drop out due to lack of money. That same year, she nearly became someone's stepmother. Given a choice, she would rather have never experienced life on Earth. Mom, Dad, stop talking, I don't want to hear it. Wu Yenyun stood up, took a deep breath, that's it, I'm going back to my room. I will never set foot in the Enai family's house again. Wu Jinshu wanted to say more but was held back by Erju, who whispered, she's furious right now, let her calm down first. Okay, Wu Jinshu nodded. Before talking to Wu Yenyun about this matter, the couple had thought of many possible outcomes, but they had never expected this one. They hadn't anticipated that Wu Yenyun would get so angry, nor that she would start to hate the people of Enai family. What should I tell Yang Yang tomorrow? Wu Jinshu was somewhat troubled. Failing to resolve this matter, Wu Jinshu felt very guilty, especially since Yang had helped their family out so much. "There's no other way but to tell the truth," Erju said. "We can't just force Yanyun's head down and make her acknowledge these relatives. Yanyun has been obedient all her life, it's just that she's struggling to accept this outcome right now. Maybe she'll come around after a few days." "This is the only option left," Wu Jinshu said helplessly. Inside the house, Wu Yanyun sat at her desk, sobbing, nearly out of breath. The air felt oppressive and suffocating. A few days earlier, when she visited the Ni family, she saw little Niyun being adored by the whole family, truly treated like a gem held in the palms. Little Niyun's food and belongings were things she had never seen in her childhood. Especially the three old folks, who spoiled little Niyun to the extreme, giving him whatever he wanted, even sterilizing his eating utensils with hot water. "He's already nearly 3 years old and still drinking milk, and her? She didn't even have breast milk as a child, it was Erju who fed her rice water." Because of the lack of nutrition in rice water, her immune system was much weaker than her peers, making her prone to catching colds. Above, Yang outshined her, becoming the national top scholar, basked in endless glory. Below, little Niyun lived a better life than hers, even though they were sisters from the same mother. Why did she taste all the bitterness of life while they lived so well? It was better not to think of these things, but when she did, she felt incredibly wronged, incredibly hurt. Why? Why was she the one discarded? What kind of mother doesn't raise her child? She wouldn't forgive them, never would. The next day, early in the morning, Yang was already waiting at the village entrance. In the early winter morning, a thick white fog filled the air, visibility was barely 1 meter, and even Yang, whose senses were extremely sharp, couldn't see through the heavy fog. After a long wait, she finally saw Wu Jinshu leading workers towards her. "Godfather." Yang, Wu Jinshu's face looked rather unpleasant. Yenyun Shi, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1003, Super Protection of Companions _2. Seeing the look on Wu Jinshu's face, Yang had already guessed the outcome of the matter. In fact, Yang had been mentally prepared for this. From the perspective of a child who had been abandoned, Yang could also understand Wu Yenyun. "Godfather, does Yenyun not want to forgive us?" Wu Jinshu succinctly relayed last night's events to Yang. He didn't go into details, just said that Wu Yenyun couldn't digest the fact for the time being, and was temporarily unwilling to acknowledge the relationship. "Yang, I'm sorry. Don't worry, your godmother and I will try our best to persuade Yenyun. That child might just need some time to come around," Wu Jinshu said, believing that Wu Yenyun was just emotionally upset for now, since she had always been sensible from a young age. As long as she could understand this, it would be fine. Yang gave a faint smile. "Godfather, you don't need to apologize. The ones who should apologize are us, we are the ones who wronged Yenyun." No matter how you put it, the one who had been abandoned was Wu Yenyun. It was normal for her to feel aggrieved and angry. After bidding farewell to Wu Jinshu, Yang returned home and recounted the situation to her family. Upon hearing the news, both Mr. and Mrs. Zheng, the elders, looked disappointed and put down the things in their hands. These were gifts they had prepared for Wu Yenyun, originally planning to visit the Wu family today. They hadn't expected Wu Yenyun to refuse to recognize them. Tsuhua sighed deeply, guiltily saying, "It is my fault, I owe that child an apology." Tsuhua felt deep remorse for the child she had not even held once after birth. In the past, she was the one who was useless, the one who failed to protect her own child. She hoped to use the rest of her life to make amends. That's why she had been working so hard, so insistently, to run the spicy strip factory and to make the food business bigger. Now that she had finally found her child, Tsuehua did not want to easily give up. She wanted to make amends to the children with her own ability. "We will go with you," said the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Zheng. Shengguan Dehui picked up his coat. "There's no class this morning at school, I will go with you as well." Ni Yang spoke in a muted tone, trying to dissuade them. "Yenyun is angry right now, going over will not only be unhelpful but might even make things worse. Regardless, I still want to go see for myself," said Ni Tsuihua, her voice already nearing hoarseness. What if Wu Yenyun accepted her apology? Ni Tsuihua was determined to go, and Ni Yang had no choice but to say, "Then go, but you must prepare yourself mentally." Emicham, Ni Tsuihua nodded. The elder Zhengs also took large and small packs of gifts and went with her, while Mrs. Shengguan stayed at home to take care of little Ni Yun. Around 9 o'clock, Shengguan she came home. "Why is nobody at home? Grandma, where are my parents? And how is the situation with Yenyun? When are we planning the family reunion?" That would mean Wu Yenyun would be her third sister. From now on, their family would have one more member, and Shengguan she was quite happy about it. Mrs. Shengguan shook her head. "Don't even mention it, you wouldn't think Yenyun has such a temper, but she refuses to acknowledge us." From Mrs. Shengguan's point of view, Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang had been good enough to Wu Yenyun, yet Wu Yenyun seemed to be a bit unaware of her good fortune. Not recognize? Why not? "It's not my parents' fault," Shengguan she frowned slightly. "I remember Yenyun is 17 this year, right?" "Yes, she is 2 years younger than Yang," Mrs. Shengguan confirmed with a nod. Shengguan she continued, "I remember that around this time 2 years ago, Yang already had opened over 10 noodle restaurants and milk tea shops. If they really are sisters, there shouldn't be such a big difference." Being true sisters, Shengguan she couldn't help but compare Wu Yenyun with Ni Yang. Others might not know about Ni Yang's situation, but Shengguan she knew everything clearly. Everything Ni Yang currently owned was earned by herself, she had never relied on anyone. This comparison made Wu Yenyun seem to pale in comparison. Mrs. Shengguan sighed. After all, she was abandoned since she was little. It's normal for her to have grievances in her heart, perhaps she'll come around after thinking it over for a few days. Let's hope so. Shengguan she shrugged her shoulders and stretched out her hand to little Ni Yun. "Come little Yun, do you want a hug from your sister? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1004, Super Protective of One's Close Ones _3. Okay. Little Ni Yun immediately reached out and hugged Shengguan Zai's neck. "Sister Xiaoxi, Yun missed you so much." Little Ni Yun was at an age where she was sweet-tongued, charming everyone she saw, often bringing the family to laughter. As Shengguan she played with little Ni Yun, she asked the Mu family's old lady about Wu Yenyun. "So my parents have gone to Yanyun's home now?" Emicham, the Mu family's old lady nodded. "Yang told them not to go, but your mom couldn't wait any longer. She said she wanted to go and apologize to Yenyun in person." "Did Yang go as well?" Shengguan she questioned. Yang didn't go. She had things to do in the city. After saying this, the Mu family's old lady continued, "Don't just talk about them. What about you? How are things going with Swilling? When are you two planning to break up?" The Mu family's old lady dreamt of Shengguan she breaking up with Swilling. "Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about? Swilling and I are doing great. How could we possibly break up? With such a complex family that favors sons over daughters, you'll regret it someday if you don't break up," the Mu family's old lady declared. Hearing this, Shengguan she smiled. "Don't worry, Grandma. I have already figured out Zwoling's family situation. The reason Zwoling has 7 sisters is not because of preferring sons over daughters, it's because his parents like a bustling household, which led them to have several children. Besides, after Zwoling, his mother was pregnant again. Shengguan she truly trusted Zwoling, so she took his words as the absolute truth. How can you be sure Zhuo Ling isn't deceiving you? The Mu family's old lady looked at Sheng Guanxi. Only Sheng Guanxi would believe such tall tales. How many women in this world would give birth to 8 children just because they like a bustling household? Sheng Guanxi firmly said, no. Zhuo Ling would never deceive me. The Mu family's old lady sighed again. Xiaoxi, you are too naive. Don't worry, Grandma. I promise you that Zhuo Ling is not that kind of person. Moreover, Zhuo Ling has assured me that if we really stay together, it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl, we only want one child. Zhuo Ling is also very open-minded and can even accept not having children. As she finished speaking, Sheng Guanxi turned to little Yun, Yun, don't you think Sister Xiaoxi is right? Yes, yes. Little Yun nodded vigorously in agreement. You little girl, what do you know? The Mu family's old lady said with a chuckle as she poked little Yun on the forehead. Little Yun earnestly replied, I know. I understand very well. The Mu family's old lady turned serious. Xiaoxi, if you don't trust me, you should at least trust Yang Yang's judgment. Even Yang Yang thinks that Zhuo Ling is unreliable. Sheng Guanxi nodded, I know, Grandma. Don't worry, I definitely won't be fooled by anyone. Meanwhile, at the Wu family. Yan Erju warmly welcomed Enai Tsuihua, Shengguan Dehui, and the elder Mr. and Mrs. Zheng. Uncle, Aunt, please have some tea. Yan Erju set the tea on the table. Brother-in-law and Tingting, you have some too. Thank you, Sister Erju, Enai Tsuihua said with tears in her eyes. Sister Erju, may we see Yan Yun? Yan Erju nodded, I'll go call her. Please wait a moment. Since the night before, Wu Yenyun had locked herself in her bedroom and had not come out. With the door locked from the inside, Yan Erju had no choice but to knock. Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun. She called out many times without a response. Sighing, Yan Erju spoke softly, Xiaoyun, why are you so stubborn? It wasn't Yang Yang's mom who abandoned you. With such a mother-in-law, she had no choice. She's just as much a victim of fate as your mother. When your grandma wanted to sell you, I was powerless too. Have you forgotten all this? Just as Yan Erju was about to give up, the door opened. Wu Yenyun was no longer as agitated as the day before and spoke calmly, Mom, do you believe everything they say? Since the Mu family's old lady is already dead, there's no one left to verify the truth. They can say whatever they want. Yan Erju replied, Xiaoyun, it's not right to think like that. I don't think Yang Yang's mom is the kind of person who would lie. To abandon one's own child is nothing, what would lying be to her? Wu Yanyun's mouth twisted with sarcasm. She said I was abandoned by the Mu family's old lady. Well, I could also say she abused the Mu family's elderly. What couldn't a person who could abandon their own child be capable of doing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1005, Super Protective _4. What does abuse of the elderly amount to compared to abandoning a child? Yan Erju sighed. Xiaoyun, stop being so stubborn. If Yang Yang's mom really wanted to abandon you, she wouldn't come looking for you now. There's no mother in this world who doesn't love her child. Seeing Wu Yenyun like this made Yan Erju very anxious. Enai Yang's family had been so good to them, and she didn't want Wu Yenyun to hurt Enai Kuihua's feelings. They say spilled water cannot be regained, and indeed, hearts are the hardest to mend. Some things, once lost, can never be retrieved. On the other hand, Yan Erju also didn't want Wu Yenyun to do something she would regret. Love? Wu Yenyun retorted. How can she throw me away if she loves her child? Isn't it said that a mother should be strong? I think she doesn't deserve to be a mother. Yan Erju continued, Xiaoyun, calm down. Sit down peacefully and talk it out with Yang Yang's mom and listen to what they have to say. Can't you be a bit more flexible? Even if just for mom's sake. Mom did, after all, raise you for 18 years. Are you not even willing to listen to her now? Upon hearing this, Wu Yanyan's expression changed. She didn't want Yen Erju to worry about her anymore. I understand, Mom. Seeing this, Yen Erju breathed a sigh of relief. Then come with me to the living room now. Have they arrived? Wu Yenyun asked. Yes, Yen Erju nodded. Yang Yang's dad, Yang Yang's mom, and your grandparents are all here. Xiao Yun, be good, and don't say those hurtful things anymore. Wu Yenyun didn't respond and turned to walk to the living room. Yen Erju followed Wu Yanyan's steps. When Wu Yenyun emerged, Ni Kuihua's face tensed up. She didn't know what to say. Should she call her child, or should she just call her by her name, Wu Yenyun? The table was piled with many gifts that Ni Tsuehua and others had brought. Wu Yenyun walked up to the table. With a sweep, she stretched out her hand and swept everything on the table onto the floor, pointing outside and yelling, "Leave! Get out of here fast! We don't welcome you people in our home." No one expected Wu Yenyun to react like this, including Yen Erju, who thought Wu Yenyun had calmed down. Xiao Yun. What are you doing? Yen Erju hurried over and scolded loudly, "What you are doing is very rude, don't you know?" After speaking, Yen Erju immediately apologized to Ni Tsuehua. "I'm sorry, Tingting." Xiao Yun didn't mean to. Before Ni Tsuehua could respond, Wu Yenyun picked a gift box from the floor and threw it at Ni Tsuehua. It was intentional. I did it on purpose. Leave. Take these things and get out of my house. Shengguan Dehui frowned slightly, wanting to reprimand Wu Yenyun, but considering Ni Kuihua's position, he suppressed his anger. If he had any blood relation with Wu Yenyun today, he wouldn't stand idly by. Ni Tsuehua was stunned, tears streaming down. "Child, I'm sorry. It's my fault, I know you hate me. But I really didn't do it on purpose, I didn't mean to abandon you. It's just that I was too incapable. Leave. Get out now." More things were hurled at Ni Tsuehua and the Elder Zheng. A gift box corner hit Elder Zheng's forehead, instantly swelling up. "What on earth is wrong with you?" Yen Erju stepped forward and slapped Wu Yenyun. "They are your elders. You shouldn't act this way, it's offensive. They weren't afraid of divine retribution when they abandoned me, why should I be?" Wu Yenyun, covering her left cheek and hysterical, yelled, "Leave! Leave! Mom, Dad, Dia, let's go." Shengguan Dehui positioned himself in front of Ni Tsuehua and her family, guiding them outside. Under these circumstances, Ni Tsuehua and others had no choice but to leave temporarily. Yen Erju sighed, her face filled with guilt as she escorted them to the door. "Uncle, Aunt, Sister Tingting, brother-in-law, please don't take today's events to heart. Xiao Yun was just too impulsive. Don't worry, I will certainly teach her a lesson later." Ni Tsuehua wiped her tears and grasped Yen Erju's hand. "Sister Erju, it's my fault. She's right to hate me, don't blame her. Such is the compassion of all parents worldwide." Yen Erju's eyes also turned red. "Yes, I know. Don't worry, I won't blame her. I will talk to her properly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1006, Super Protective _5. Ni Tsuehua nodded. "Thank you, Sister Erju." Of course. Shengguan Dehui had known that the outcome of this visit might not be good, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. Wu Yanyan's reaction had caught him off guard. Previously, he and Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng thought the same, considering Wu Yenyun to be a gentle and honest girl. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Several people got into the car, the expressions of Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng were somewhat grim. They had lost their only daughter for decades. They knew too well the feeling of utter despair and had thought that after their explanation, Wu Yenyun would understand them. But Wu Yenyun didn't even give them a chance to explain and even resorted to violence. No matter what, they were her elders. Even if Wu Yenyun didn't regard them as elders, they were still elderly, and her hitting them was simply wrong. In comparison to Ni Yang, Wu Yenyun fell far short. To say he was not disappointed would be a lie. But from another perspective, this child was also pitiful. She had lost her mother at a young age and had almost died. Hopefully, the child can find her way out of this dead end soon. Ni Tsuhua then said, "Dahui, Dad, Mom, let's not tell Yang Yang about what just happened." Knowing Ni Yang's temperament, if she found out what Wu Yenyun did, she definitely wouldn't let it go. After all, Ni Yang was a very protective person. Shengguan Dahui didn't say anything. Ni Tsuhua nudged Shengguan Dahui's arm. "Dahui, did you hear me?" Shengguan Dahui sighed, "I know." Hearing this, Ni Tsuhua turned to look at Mr. and Mrs. Zheng in the back seat. "Dad, Mom, you mustn't tell Yang Yang either." Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng nodded. At the Wu family house, Erju scolded Wu Yenyun severely. "Xiaoyun, you really disappointed me today. How could you resort to violence? No matter what, they are your elders. Especially considering Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng's age, did you even think about the consequences before throwing things? Xiaoyun. Murder doesn't even go this far, think about what you've done." After saying this, Erju stopped caring about Su Xiaoyun and turned to walk to her room. Wu Yenyun stood there, reeling. Was she wrong? Really wrong? Did she deserve to be abandoned? Discarded by people and still expected to smile and say it didn't matter, that she didn't care? She is human. Not a toy to be tossed around. Meanwhile, Ni Yang went to Bingji Yufu to do some accounting. It had been a while since she last did so, and after making the rounds, she reaped a huge profit that she could hardly stuff into her backpack, also carrying 2 plastic bags. As soon as she left the mall, she saw Xiaozhou. "Brother Yang, where are you coming from?" Xiaozhou greeted him. "I went to Bingji Yufu to do some accounting, did you come to browse the mall?" Ni Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. "Yeah." Xiaozhou nodded. "By the way, what are you carrying that's so heavy?" "Money." Ni Yang didn't conceal it. Xiaozhou unbelievingly said, "Come on, Brother Yang, don't joke. I'm serious. Who would use 2 broken plastic bags to carry money? If there was really that much money, wouldn't one need to be fully armed and able to walk so boldly on the street? It really is money." Ni Yang seriously said, "I'm actually on my way to deposit it in the bank." Xiaozhou looked at Ni Yang incredulously. "Do you think I look like a fool?" Ni Yang nodded, "Quite so." With that, Ni Yang handed Xiaozhou a plastic bag. "If you don't believe me, see for yourself." Xiaozhou took the plastic bag. Indeed, just as he had expected. It was quite heavy. As Xiaozhou carried it, he opened a corner to look inside. His expression changed. Damn! It really was money. Ni Yang hadn't lied to him. Is this money real or fake? Xiaozhou swallowed hard. Manufacturing and distributing fake currency is illegal. I'm a law-abiding good citizen, Ni Yang spoke lightly. Xiaozhou immediately envied Ni Yang officially. Damn! He was so good at making money. Even though his detective agency earned a decent amount each day, compared to the speed at which Ni Yang made money, it was merely a drizzle, hardly worth mentioning. Ni Yang looked unfazed, as if accustomed to big scenes. Xiaozhou then said, "You, a lady, carrying so much money on the street is too unsafe. Let me take you to the bank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know its report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1007, Super Protective _6. Ni Yang turned his head to Xiaozhou. Are you sure you can beat me? Xiaozhou, that's a personal attack. Though I can't beat you, I can watch the money for you while you're fighting. Let's go, Ni Yang laughed. After the money is deposited, I'll treat you to a meal. Great. Xiaozhou followed up, but you really trust me to carry the money for you? Aren't you afraid I'll run off with it? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. We're all brothers, what's there to fear? The phrase, we're all brothers, inexplicably made Xiaozhou very happy. Being trusted by someone felt really good. Big brother Yang, now that you've made so much money, remember to treat me to a big meal. I want to go to Gustianxiang to eat. With a casual wave of his hand, Ni Yang said generously, sure, no problem. Do you have a membership card? Asked Xiaozhou. Yeah, Ni Yang nodded. I not only have a membership card, but I can also give you one. Really? Xiaozhou was so thrilled he could almost fly. Big brother Yang was true to his name. His connections were too wild. He could even get a membership card to Gustianxiang. The bank staff had already grown accustomed to the sight of Ni Yang using plastic bags to carry money. Thus, whenever Shengguan Su arrived at the bank, the staff would immediately say, President, your sister has deposited 2 plastic bags and a backpack full of money today. Shengguan Su also greatly admired Ni Yang. She seemed like a fragile young girl incapable of harming a chicken, but her ability to make money was stronger than 10 strong men combined. Ni Yang took Xiaozhou to Gustianxiang to eat. After eating and returning home, it was already afternoon. Ni Yang asked about the result of Ni Kuihua's visit to the Wu family today. Ni Tsuhua said, your second younger sister still holds a grudge and isn't ready to forgive us, but I don't blame her. She's never had a sip of milk since she was a child. If it hadn't been for Sister Erju, she might be dead by now. Ni Yang hugged Ni Tsuehua and comforted her, Mom, don't be sad. I don't think Yenyun is the kind of person to stick to her guns. After she calms down in a couple of days, I'll try talking to her. After all, she was her sister born of the same mother, Ni Yang still had a lot of faith in Wu Yenyun. And before, she and Wu Yenyun got along well. Ni Tsuehua nodded. Shengguan Dehui looked at Ni Yang with hesitation in his expression. Dad, do you have something to say to me? No, Shengguan Dehui shook his head, I'm just worried. What if Yenyun refuses to forgive us? Would your mother regret it for the rest of her life? Ni Yang furrowed her brows slightly. If Yenyun really doesn't want to acknowledge us, then let it be. Rather than making a scene on both sides, it's better to part on good terms. All we need to do is fulfill our duties, leave the rest to fate, and avoid living with regrets. As for Ni Tsuehua, as long as she learned that her second daughter wasn't dead and was living well, that would be enough. No matter what, these mistakes weren't caused by her, and no amount of guilt could change that. Finishing, Ni Yang continued, but based on what I know about Yenyun, she doesn't seem to be the type to be unreasonable. Ni Yang had known Wu Yenyun for almost half a year. In her understanding, Wu Yenyun had always been a kind, simple, and empathetic girl. As long as she was given time to process everything, Ni Yang believed she would understand. Shengguan Dehui nodded. Noticing that Shengguan Dehui seemed a bit off, Ni Yang said again, Dad, are you hiding something from me? She always felt there was something strange about Shengguan Dehui that evening. And it's not just a little bit. Shengguan Dehui said with a smile, look at you, kid, what could I possibly hide from you? There's nothing to worry about, you're overthinking it. Really? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, Dad, we're all family, don't hide anything from me if there's something going on. Really, there's nothing. Shengguan Dehui repeatedly denied, so Ni Yang did not continue to question him and went back to her room to ask Ni Tsuehua, Mom, is Dad hiding something from me? What thing? Ni Tsuhua felt somewhat baffled. You don't know? Ni Tsuhua laughed, I don't know. Ni Yang then said, Mom, you went to the Wu family today, did something unpleasant happen? Not at all, Ni Tsuhua sighed. If I had to say something, it's just that Yenyun refused to acknowledge us. Ni Yang knew they were definitely hiding something from her. Mom, if there's something going on, you have to tell me. We're a family, and if there's a problem, we should solve it together. Ni Tsuhua nodded, Mom understands. If Ni Tsuhua wasn't talking, Ni Yang could ask all she wanted, but it would be to no avail, thus, Ni Yang could only give up. During dinner, Ni Yang noticed that Grandpa Zheng's forehead was actually swollen, so she asked, Grandpa, what happened to your forehead? Hearing this, Ni Quihua's brow twitched. She looked at Grandpa Zheng somewhat nervously. Grandpa Zheng touched his forehead, smiling and said, Oh, it's nothing. I was planting flowers this morning and accidentally got hit by a hoe, it will subside in a little bit. Getting injured by a hoe while working was quite normal, so Ni Yang didn't think much of it. Be more careful when you work, Grandpa. I'll get you some medicine later to help with the circulation and bruising. No need, it's a small matter, Grandpa Zheng said, unconcerned. Because of Wu Yanyan's situation, Shengguan Su also came back tonight. He had even prepared a gift for his new sister, only to find she hadn't come back at all. The next morning, Ni Yang went out for a run, and Shengguan Shi went to work with her bag. Just as she arrived at the corner, waiting for the bus, a luxurious sedan pulled up in front of Shengguan Shi. The window rolled down, revealing a handsome face. Hello, Shengguan Xiaoxi. Seeing who it was, Shengguan Shi was amused. Wu Qinjun, when did you get back? The person was Wu Qinjun, who had grown up with Shengguan Shi since childhood. The last time, Grandma Zheng had even talked about matchmaking Shengguan Shi with Wu Qinjun. But Shengguan Shi and Wu Qinjun were far too familiar with each other, having seen each other in split pants as kids, there was simply no spark, so Shengguan Shi refused. After graduating from high school, Wu Qinjun had spent a few years abroad, so he was dressed very fashionably and sometimes even burst out with a few sentences in English. I came back a week ago. Shengguan Xiaoxi, you don't care about me at all. You didn't even know when I came back. As soon as I got back, my grandma told me that your whole family had moved to the middle of nowhere, and I couldn't believe it was true. Shengguan Shi slapped Wu Qinjun on the back. What do you mean by the middle of nowhere? Let me tell you, this place is great. The mountains are green, the water is clear, and the birds sing beautifully. Although she had only moved to Jinghua village a few months ago, Shengguan Shi had completely fallen in love with the place. Wu Qinjun brushed off Shengguan Zai's hand. Where are you heading? Let me give you a lift. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1008, Eyesight is poor. Shengguan Shi pulled open the car door without any courtesy. I have to go to work, just on Goldie Road. Got it. Wu Qinjun sat up straight. Fasten your seatbelt. Shengguan Shi quickly buckled up. Let's go. Wu Qinjun turned his head to look at Shengguan Shi. I heard from my grandma that you've got a boyfriend? Yes, Shengguan Shi nodded, and you're not getting any younger. Haven't you thought about finding a girlfriend? Wu Qinjun laughed with self-admiration. Someone as outstanding as me is simply too much for the average girl. Heh, Shengguan Shi said speechlessly, after all these years, your skin seems to have gotten thicker, comparable to the corner of a city wall. I'm serious. Wu Qinjun added, Shengguan Xiaoxi, I hear your family isn't too happy with your boyfriend? You know about that? Shengguan Shi was surprised. Wu Qinjun kept his hands on the steering wheel. You underestimate me. Is there anything in Suzhou City that I don't know? Wu Qinjun was a smooth operator and had a way with his peers. All he had to do was lift a finger to find out what he wanted to know. Starting to boast again, Sheng Guanxi continued, "Actually, my boyfriend is really nice, but my family has some misunderstandings about him." Wu Qinjun kept his eyes straight ahead. "Sometimes you can't tell by appearances. Sheng Guanxiaoxi, you've always been a little naive. Be careful not to be deceived by people with ulterior motives." Wu Qinjun knew Sheng Guanxi all too well. She was beautiful but unfortunately not quite emotionally savvy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed single for so many years. "That's not going to happen," Sheng Guanxi laughed. "Zuoling isn't that kind of person." "Zuoling?" Wu Qinjun said, "That's your boyfriend's name?" "Yeah," Sheng Guanxi nodded. Wu Qinjun continued, "Elders have seen and experienced more than us. Their life experiences are more abundant. If your whole family says Zuoling isn't good enough, then he might really have a problem. Sheng Guanxiaoxi, this is a serious matter. I hope you'll take it seriously. It's about being responsible to yourself, and your family as well." Sheng Guanxi was not only lacking in emotional intelligence but also very naive, easy to be deceived by men. Sheng Guanxi teased, "Tisk tsk, such grand principles. Wu Lao San, spending time abroad has changed you. It seems it's a great opportunity to develop oneself. The old Wu Qinjun used to be irresponsible, never this serious. Call me third brother. Show some respect." Wu Qinjun tapped Sheng Guanxi's head and said with seriousness, "Sheng Guanxiaoxi, if Zuoling ever dares to bully you, tell me, and I'll beat him up for you." Sheng Guanxi looked down, fiddling with the zipper of her down jacket. "Don't worry, that day will never come. Zuoling was a gentleman, he would never do something like mistreating a woman." It seemed that Sheng Guanxi was truly in love with that Zuoling. Wu Qinjun sighed softly, changing the subject. "How is your stepmother treating you?" "What stepmother? That sounds so harsh. My mom treats me better than her own daughter." Sheng Guanxi said. "Really?" Wu Qinjun expressed skepticism. Sheng Guanxi nodded. "Really, my mom is really good to me. Otherwise, do you think I would have come here with my dad? I'm not a 3-year-old girl." "That's good to hear." Wu Qinjun breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the car arrived at Goldie Road. Wu Qinjun, with gentlemanly grace, went around to the passenger side to open the door for Sheng Guanxi. "Thanks, Wu Lao San." "Yo, Sheng Guanxiaoxi, when did you become so polite?" Wu Qinjun habitually fastened her scarf. "Wu Lao San, haven't you heard of not getting too close to the opposite gender?" Sheng Guanxi took a step back. Wu Qinjun's expression stiffened for a few seconds, then returned to normal, smiling. "Sheng Guanxiaoxi, look at yourself, where do you even look like a woman? Still talking about not getting close to the opposite gender." After he finished speaking, he stepped over, hooked his arm around Sheng Guanxi's neck, and patted her head, "Talking about not getting close to the opposite gender, we knew each other back when we were still wearing split pants. Don't give me that nonsense." Sheng Guanxi, being a girl, didn't have the strength to match Wu Qinjun. Wrapped tightly in his hold, she couldn't move an inch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1009, Poor Eyesight _2. Wu Qinjun, let go of me. You're practically choking me to death. Wu Qinjun held tightly onto her neck, a faint fragrance lingering around his nose. If he paid attention, he'd notice it was the scent of roses. "Will you stop saying men and women shouldn't get too close now?" "I won't say it anymore, I promise I'll never say it again." "Swear it." Wu Qinjun persisted. "All right, I swear." Sheng Guanxi held up 3 fingers. Only then did Wu Qinjun let her go. "Fine, young master will forgive you this once. You're so annoying." Shangguanxi rolled her eyes at Wu Chenjun. You've messed up my hair. Wu Chenjun walked up to Shangguanxi and stopped, leaning in to straighten her hair. If it's messed up, just fix it, right? Shangguanxi's eyes darted around, and seizing the opportunity, she stamped hard on Wu Chenjun's foot and then swiftly ran towards the workplace. Wu Chenjun watched her retreating back, whistling with a somewhat spoilt young master's air. Just then, Zwilling ran over from the other side and, seeing Shangguanxi's back, called out with a laugh, "Xiaoxi, wait for me." Hearing Zwilling's voice, Shangguanxi waved with a smile, "Zwilling, this way." "Zwilling? Is this Shangguanxi's boyfriend?" Wu Chenjun narrowed his eyes, his left hand in his pocket, somewhat baffled why Shangguanxi had taken a liking to such a guy. Poor eyesight. It seemed Shangguanxi might need a pair of glasses. Wu Chenjun, slightly irritated, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. At that moment, Zwilling glanced back at Wu Chenjun. "Xiaoxi, you know that comrade?" Shangguanxi looked back at Wu Chenjun and nodded. He's a friend who grew up with me." Zwilling expressed his surprise. "I saw him driving a car." If Shangguanxi's friend was this wealthy, did it mean Shangguanxi's family was also wealthy? Was everything he had seen at Shangguanxi's house last time real? Shangguanxi smiled and said, "He won the jackpot in the lottery before, and now he's already living in a villa." "Really? Can you actually win the lottery?" In the 80s, lotteries had just started, and most people didn't believe you could actually win. "It's true." Shangguanxi nodded her head. Besides winning the lottery, she had no better reason. "How much did he win?" Zwilling continued to ask. "It must be quite a lot," Shangguanxi said. "He's living in a villa. At any rate, he's certainly richer than us. Making money from buying lottery tickets, his luck is too good." Zwilling looked enviously at Wu Chenjun as he drove away. When could he also live in a villa and drive a car? Based on his current salary, that seemed a bit difficult. Life is so unfair. Some people work hard and still have no car or villa, while others do nothing and drive off in cars. Maybe after work, he should also buy a lottery ticket? "Let's not talk about this, we should hurry inside." "Oh, did you have breakfast?" Zwilling, his mind on the lottery, didn't even hear Shangguanxi's words and responded absently, Got it." "What do you mean got it?" Shangguanxi said exasperatedly. "I'm asking if you had breakfast. If not, shall I accompany you to the canteen?" "Oh." Zwilling finally caught on. I've eaten. I'm heading back to the office." In fact, Zwilling hadn't had breakfast at all. Now with thoughts of buying a lottery ticket, how could he even think of eating? Shangguanxi also headed in the direction of the workshop. School had a test today, so Ni Yang took a trip there, and incidentally brought Bing Ji Yu Fu for Zhang Qiuying. "Thank you so much, Yang Yang." Zhang Qiuying took out some money and handed it to Ni Yang. Ni Yang smiled as she handed the 10 yuan back to Zhang Qiuying. "We're all classmates, let's just call it an even number." One set of Bing Ji Yu Fu cost 210 yuan, but Ni Yang only charged 200 yuan. Zhang Qiuying refused. "Oh, no need, you bought this with money. You can't be at a loss." "It's okay, I'm very familiar with the owner of Bing Ji Yu Fu, what's 10 yuan less? Then I'll not stand on ceremony." Seeing that Ni Yang wasn't just being polite, Zhang Qiuying accepted the 10 yuan. Presently, Li Huilan excitedly ran in from outside. "It's snowing. It's snowing outside." "Really?" Ni Yang looked back in surprise. Really?" Li Huilan said, "I just came back from outside. It's snowing heavily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 10:10, Poor vision_3. I'm going to check out the corridor outside, Ni Yang said as she arrived at the hallway, and outside, it really was snowing. The big, flaky snow and willow catkin-like snowflakes were floating down from mid-air, piling a thin white layer on the ground. The snowy weather always seemed to put everyone in a wonderful mood. Ni Yang turned to look back at the dormitory. Huilan, Zhouying, let's go out for hot pot tonight? Ill treat. Sure, sure. Zhang Zhouying raised both hands in agreement. Li Huilan also expressed her approval. After the evening test, Ni Yang took her 2 roommates out for hot pot. As the 3 of them stepped out of the school gate, they saw a black sedan parked outside. In those times, when sedans were not as common as in the future, they stood out significantly. Just then, the car door opened, and a tall man emerged, unfolding an umbrella as he stepped out. With one hand holding the umbrella and the other in his pocket, his thin lips pressed tightly together, his chiseled face bore no particular expression. He seemed to embody the snow and wind, and the aura of aloofness and prestige emanated from his every move. Against his backdrop, the snowy scenery and people behind him became lifeless props. Li Huilan and Zhang Zhouying were both stunned. He was incredibly handsome. Brother Mo, Ni Yang's eyes lit up at the sight of the newcomer. Yang, Mo Qishan strode toward her. Seeing this, Li Huilan and Zhang Zhouying exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Aren't you cold? Mo Qishan casually pulled Ni Yang's hand into the pocket of his trench coat. Not cold, Ni Yang shook her head. Oh, let me introduce you, Brother Mo. These are my roommates, Zhang Zhouying and Li Huilan. With that said, Ni Yang continued, Huilan, Zhouying, this is my boyfriend Mo Qishan. So he's her boyfriend. No wonder he's so handsome. And they're such a perfect match. Hello, I'm Zhang Zhouying. I am Li Huilan. Mo Qishan nodded slightly. Hello, I appreciate how you've taken care of Yang these past days. At this, Zhang Zhouying and Li Huilan felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that they took care of Ni Yang, but rather she took care of them. Ni Yang's boyfriend sure knew how to speak well. After a moment, Mo Qishan looked at Ni Yang. Where were you all heading? Let me give you a lift. We were thinking of going out for hot pot. Ni Yang nodded. Get in the car then. Mo Qishan turned and opened the door. Ni Yang sat in the passenger seat while Li Huilan and Zhang Zhouying took the rear. What do you think about Yang's boyfriend? Zhang Zhouying nudged Li Huilan's arm and asked in a low voice. I think he's really good, Li Huilan replied. Zhang Zhouying nodded. I think he's really good too. Ah. I didn't expect Yang to have a boyfriend. It makes me want to start dating too. But the boys in our school, not one catches my eye. Zhang Zhouying preferred someone more mature, handsome, and charming. Li Huilan continued, Yang's boyfriend must be rich, right? Their family couldn't even afford a bicycle, and here Mo Qishan had a car. It was incomparable. Do you know how much this car costs? Zhang Zhouying asked. Li Huilan thought for a moment, maybe 10 or 20,000 yuan. Zhang Zhouying laughed, 10 or 20,000 yuan. That would only get you a wheel. My dad also wanted to buy this car, but it was too expensive, so he gave up and bought a car for 30,000 yuan instead. So how much does this car cost? 80 or 90,000 yuan? What kind of amount was 80 or 90,000 yuan? Based on current wages, you couldn't save that amount even if you didn't spend a cent for 70 or 80 years. 80 or 90,000 yuan would get you 4 wheels, said Zhang Zhouying. What? Li Huilan's mouth fell open, clearly hampered by her poverty. Zhang Zhouying went on, this car is imported from Y country and it costs 270,000 yuan after taxes, 270,000 yuan. Li Huilan's face was full of shock, and her look towards Ni Yang and Mo Qishan changed completely. Zhang Qiuying thought her family was well off, after all, they owned a sedan. But in front of Mo Qishan, their wealth was insignificant, not even worth mentioning compared to his. Beijing truly was Beijing city, rightly the imperial city of old. So what do you think he does? Li Huilan asked curiously. Zhang Qiuying replied, judging by his accent, he must be a local from Beijing. As for what he does, I'm not sure, but one thing is clear. What? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10-11, Poor Vision _4. Definitely an office worker, you can tell by the way he dresses. Li Huilan nodded, I think you're absolutely right. Qiuying continued, when I first came to Beijing for school, my mom told me it's best to find a boyfriend from Beijing because they are well off. Huilan, if you're looking for a boyfriend, you definitely have to find someone from Beijing. Upon hearing this, Li Huilan bashfully lowered her head, I already have someone I like. Who? Qiuying curiously asked, someone from our school? Li Huilan shook her head, no, he's from the university next door in Beijing. Oh, Qiuying nodded, have you confessed your feelings to him yet? Li Huilan blushed, oh my, let's not talk about that. The car was fast, and they soon arrived at the Hot Pot restaurant. The Hot Pot restaurant was located in the bustling city center, and as it happened to be a snowy day, the place was very lively. The shopkeeper knew Mo Qishan and greeted him enthusiastically, Mr. Mo, you're here. Please, come this way. The shopkeeper led them to a private room on the third floor. The private room was elegantly decorated. After they were seated, Yen handed the menu to Li Huilan and Zhang Qiuying, Huilan, Qiuying, my boyfriend is treating today, so don't be polite with him. Qiuying smiled, since it's my brother-in-law treating, we won't hold back then. Qiuying, a year older than Yen, and Li Huilan, also older due to starting school late. Don't be polite with him, Yen joked, try to eat him out of bankruptcy. Though they were told not to be polite, Qiuying and Li Huilan still ordered conservatively, mainly avoiding the expensive items. They were not the type to lack manners. After they ordered, Yen took the menu and added several meat dishes and also ordered drinks. Initially, because Mo Qishan was there, Qiuying and Li Huilan were somewhat reserved, but as they ate, they loosened up. On a cold day, having a bite of hot and oily spicy beef that makes your nose sweat, followed by a sip of pear soda. The feeling was incredibly refreshing. After finishing the hot pot, Mo Qishan escorted them back to their dormitory. Qiuying let out a hearty burp without worrying about her image, thank you so much for the generous treat, brother-in-law. You're welcome. In front of others, Mo Qishan always spoke sparingly. Yang, well head back first then, Qiuying said as she pulled Li Huilan towards the dormitory. Yen was not staying in the dormitory that night, so she got into the car with Mo Qishan. Yang, do you have an exam tomorrow? Yeah, Yen nodded as she fastened her seatbelt. Then I will pick you up tomorrow morning, Mo Qishan said. Tomorrow? Yang asked in surprise, aren't you supposed to go to see city tomorrow? I will drop you off at school before I go. Alright then, thanks for the trouble, Mr. Mo. I'm going to all this trouble, shouldn't you reward me, wife? Mo Qishan turned and looked at Yang. He had been restraining himself because Qiuying and Li Huilan were there. A man's small requests sometimes need to be satisfied. Yang leaned over and kissed Mo Qishan on the cheek. His cheek was as cold as the falling snow outside, cold as ice. Just then, Mo Qishan suddenly turned around, their lips met, and a wrist with a watch firmly held the back of her head. Look at the road. The sound of the brakes echoed, and the black car stopped at the side of the road. Fortunately, it kept snowing, and the road wasn't icy, otherwise, Mo would have definitely turned the car over. After a while, the car started up again. Ni Yen straightened her messy hair and looked back at Mo Qishan. You are not allowed to do that again. Do you know how dangerous that was? What am I not allowed to do? Mo Qishan raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you think? Playing dumb, Mo Qishan said, how would I know, wife? Why don't you demonstrate it again to help jog my memory? Ni Yang stretched out a hand and firmly twisted Mo Qishan's ear. She did not hold back at all, causing Mo Qishan's ear to turn red instantly. Ancestor, I was wrong. Are you going to be cheeky again? Ni Yen raised an eyebrow. No more. Really? More real than real gold. Then I'll let it slide this time. Ni Yen withdrew her hand, satisfied. On the way back, the car was driven slowly. What was normally a 30-minute drive to Jinghua village took Mo Qishan an entire hour, and they still hadn't arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10-12, Poor Vision _5. But Ni Yang wasn't in a hurry. There were no electronic devices to pass the time in this era, and going back too early wouldn't matter anyway. Plus, sitting in the car and looking at the snow outside felt particularly romantic. By the way, Yang, have we recognized our second sister? Mo Qishan asked. Not yet. Ni Yang shook her head and continued, the day before yesterday, my parents and both grandparents went to the Wu family's place, but Yenyun is very resistant to this matter. She's unwilling to acknowledge us. I plan to find a time to talk with her. Mo Qishan kept his gaze fixed ahead, as if the result didn't surprise him. If we really can't recognize her, then let's not, Mo Qishan went on, some people just like to exaggerate everything. They never understand what contentment means. Ni Yang, as the elder sister, had already done enough. She didn't owe Wu Yenyun anything. More importantly, Mo Qishan didn't have a very high opinion of Wu Yenyun. Although she and Ni Yang were sisters, there was no comparability between them. Ni Yang said, Yenyun just can't accept the reality for the time being. She probably won't blow things out of proportion. Mo Qishan turned his eyes to Ni Yang. As an abandoned infant, it's natural for Wu Yenyun to harbor hatred. After all, she was the one who got thrown away. We don't know what she's been through over the years. But she shouldn't be unreasonable and cling to the issue after understanding the whole story. After all, in this matter, Ni Tsuehua was also a victim. In that environment, Ni Tsuehua had no way to resist. Moreover, throughout this period, Ni Yang had been very good to the Wu family. She rented out her own house for the Wu family to live in, lent money to Wu family's parents to start a business. Without Ni Yang, would the Wu family have their current situation? Would Wu Yenyun? Wu Yenyun was completely brainless. Ni Yang sighed. Mo Qishan continued, did she show a bad attitude to your grandparents the day before yesterday? I'm not very clear about that, Ni Yang followed up, but I don't think so. After all, the grandparents have nothing to do with this matter. Their willingness to visit shows that they care about her. Yenyun isn't the type to act thoughtlessly. It was understandable for Wu Yenyun to hate Ni Tsuehua. After all, Ni Tsuehua was her birth mother. However, if she also hated grandfather Zheng and grandmother Zheng, she would be completely unjustified. After all, grandfather Zheng and grandmother Zheng had only just found their birth daughter, and the hurt they suffered was no less than that of Wu Yenyun. Wu Yenyun was aware of that part of the past, so Ni Yang believed that Yenyun wouldn't vent her anger on the elderly couple. Mo Qishan went on, I think the possibility is very high. Ni Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. Mo Qishan spoke softly with his thin lips, maybe it's a case of as the heart is, so is the countenance. Actually, I find Wu Yenyun a bit disagreeable. Wu Yenyun had a toughness about her that Ni Yang lacked. Hey, Ni Yang patted Mo Qishan's shoulder, that's my second sister you're talking about. Mo Qishan touched his chin, Yang, I think you should prepare yourself mentally in advance, this second sister may let you down. What nonsense. Ni Yang twisted Mo Qishan's ear, Yenyun isn't like that at all. Mo Qishan immediately begged for mercy, alright. I won't say it. I'll just stop. Before long, the car stopped at the entrance of the Ni family's courtyard. Mo Qishan opened the car door, holding up an umbrella, Yang, we have arrived. Ni Yang leaned out to get off the car. Mo Qishan handed the umbrella to Ni Yang, you should go inside quickly, it's late, I won't come in. Ni Yang nodded, Mo go, then you be careful driving back. I know, it's really cold outside, you should go inside quickly, Mo Qishan waved his hand. Ni Yang stood there without moving, I'll watch you drive off before I go in. In the past, it was always Mo Qishan watching her, now it was her turn to watch him. Mo Qishan rubbed Ni Yang's head helplessly, I'm leaving now. Get to bed early tonight. Ni Yang nodded. It was only after watching the car disappear into the snowy night that Ni Yang turned and walked towards the house. Perhaps because of what Mo Qishan had said, after taking a bath, Ni Yang carried 2 cups of milk to Grandmother Zheng's room. Grandpa and Grandma, you haven't slept yet? Grandmother Zheng pointed at the television, this TV show is really interesting, we're going to sleep after this episode ends. The television was broadcasting Yang Jia Jiang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1013, Poor Eyesight _6. Ni Yang handed milk to both Elder Zheng and Elder Mrs. Zheng, drinking a glass of milk before bed helps with sleep. As she finished, Ni Yang added, by the way, Grandpa and Grandma, how was Yanyun's attitude when you visited her the day before yesterday? Was she angry with you too? Elder Mrs. Zheng evaded the serious issue and lightly responded, she was abandoned at birth, so it's normal for her to be angry. Ni Yang raised her brows slightly, did she really give you a cold look? No. Elder Mrs. Zheng shook her head in denial, your godmother was very warm to us. Yenyun didn't give us a cold look, it's just that her attitude towards your mom wasn't very good. Oh, is that so? Ni Yang sighed in relief, it seemed the situation wasn't as complicated as Mo Qishan had described. She knew that Wu Yenyun was not the kind of person to be unreasonable. Yang, when are you planning to have a chat with Yenyun? Elder Mrs. Zheng continued to ask. Ni Yang had always had a good relationship with Wu Yenyun, and since Ni Yang had helped her before, Elder Mrs. Zheng thought that once Wu Yenyun had calmed down, she would probably be somewhat receptive to what Ni Yang had to say, right? Ni Yang said, I'll go over when the winter break starts. Yenyun is just in her senior year this year, which is a critical time, and going now might distract her. By then, Yenyun would probably have calmed down a lot. And it was only a few days until the winter break started. Elder Mrs. Zheng nodded her head. On the other side, in the Yihua University dormitory, Li Muzi saw Zhang Qiuying had switched skincare products and curiously asked, Zhang Qiuying, is this the ice skin jade face that Ni Yang brought you? Yes, Zhang Qiuying nodded. Li Muzi continued, how much is this? It's domestically produced, and it doesn't look that great. 210 yuan, Zhang Qiuying answered. 210. That's so expensive. A sharp scream suddenly rang out from beside them, Zhang Qiuying, you've been tricked by Ni Yang. How can this skincare be worth 200 yuan? The skincare my mom buys in M country isn't even that expensive, 210 yuan. It was absolutely shocking. The person who spoke was Zhou Ling, Li Muzi, and Wang Lisha were usually in sync, either sarcastic in their speech or acting high and mighty, socializing based on wealth, which was why Zhang Qiuying was indifferent towards them. Only someone who hasn't seen the world would make such a fuss. Although their family didn't have a lot of money, they wouldn't bat an eye at a skincare product worth 200 yuan. Wang Lisha appeared out of nowhere. Zhou Ling and Muzi aren't lying. I've already asked someone to inquire back home, and everyone says they've never heard of the Ice Skin Jade Face brand. Zhang Qiuying, I'm giving you friendly advice here, better not use these dubious products, beware of ruining your face. Wang Lisha came from a prosperous city, and her family had a certain influence there. She had already called home to ask, and no one knew of the Ice Skin Jade Face brand. You're the one who's going to ruin your face. Zhang Qiuying continued applying the product on her face. Zhang Qiuying trusted Ni Yang deeply, she knew Ni Yang would not deceive her. Holding her arms, Wang Lisha said, I'm just giving you friendly advice, after all, we share a dorm room. Since you won't listen, then you can't blame me. Keep your false concern to yourself, I don't need it. Seeing how Zhang Qiuying was unappreciative, Wang Lisha snorted coldly and turned to leave. Li Muzi hurriedly followed her. Lisha, don't stoop to her level. She'll be the one regretting it later. Exactly. She's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, ungrateful. Zhou Ling chimed in with agreement. Wang Lisha's words didn't affect Zhang Qiuying at all. She earnestly applied the product on her face before climbing into bed to sleep. The next day, as soon as Ni Yang came downstairs, she saw Mo Qishan sitting in the living room having breakfast, looking as calm and composed as if the Ni family's home was his own. Brother Mo, why are you so early? Lowering his voice, Mo Qishan said, the earlier I come, the more I get to see you. His voice was naturally deep, and when lowered, it carried an indescribable magnetism, especially pleasing to the ear. This man was simply too good at flirting. Ni Yang pinched his face and said, have you no shame? Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded from upstairs. Ni Yang, without a blush or a skipped beat, let go and walked to the kitchen to serve the rice. Sixth brother has arrived. The newcomer was elder lady Shengwan. Good morning, grandma. Good morning. After breakfast, Mo Qishan drove Ni Yang to school. Snow had fallen all night, and the outside world looked stunningly beautiful, as if cloaked in silver. When getting out of the car, Mo Qishan took off his scarf and carefully tied it around Ni Yang's neck. Wife, wait for me to come back. The soft scarf carried a faint scent of tobacco. Ni Yang nodded, okay, brother Mo, I wish you all the best. Wu Yenyun stayed home bored for a day and went to school the next day. After 2 days of snow, the roadside was piled with a layer of snow. It was then that she saw a familiar figure. Amid the icy snowscape, he walked forward in a thin robe, holding Buddha beads in his hand, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. This man was none other than Grandpa Du. Seeing Grandpa Du, Wu Yenyun felt the accumulation of melancholy in her heart sweep away. Just as she was about to go over and greet him, she suddenly saw a middle-aged man in tattered clothes kneeling by the roadside begging. It was so bitterly cold, and he looked so pitiful that Wu Yenyun took 50 cents out of her pocket and gave it to him. Uncle, go buy a bowl of noodles. The middle-aged man gratefully said, thank you. Thank you, young comrade. You're such a good person. Wu Yenyun smiled, then turned her head to look in Grandpa Du's direction, the smile freezing on her lips. Who was that standing beside Grandpa Du? Ni Yang? What was she doing here? 3 or 4 days had passed, and Ni Yang had neither shown up nor contacted her. She thought Ni Yang must have been really busy, but it turned out Ni Yang was just busy chatting with someone else. Ni Yang had already known they were sisters, but she kept it a secret. After the truth came out, Ni Yang even suggested becoming sworn kin. So this was her dear sister. Ni Yang was probably worried that she'd fight over the family fortune, but was she that kind of person? Even if the Ni family's wealth were put before her, she wouldn't glance at it twice. Wu Yenyun clenched her fists tight and walked away in the opposite direction. N'ai glanced that way, frowning slightly. She called out, "Yenyun." Hearing N'ai's voice, Wu Yenyun ran faster. There was an alley nearby, and she quickly turned into it, her voice disappearing down the alley. Did I mistake her for someone else? N'ai scratched her head. Grandpa Du also glanced in that direction. Who did you see? N'ai explained, my sister, Wu Yenyun. Did you just see her? Grandpa Du couldn't even remember what Wu Yenyun looked like. Even if he had seen her, he wouldn't recognize her. Twirling his Buddha beads, he said, you probably got it wrong. If it really was her, she wouldn't have had no reaction to your call. That's true. N'ai retracted her gaze and continued, it's so cold, aren't you freezing with so little on? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1014, Tit for Tat in the Winter Cold. N'ai, even clad in a thick down jacket, felt cold. However, Grandfather Du still wore that same old-fashioned long robe, stepping around in a pair of cloth shoes. I was born with a cold constitution, I fear neither cold nor heat, Grandfather Du stated indifferently. N'ai nodded, as if she had just remembered something. Oh, right, I think I've heard you say that before. Back in summer at the airport, when they were seeing Immortal off, N'ai had even joked that Grandfather Du's physique was ideal for medical experiments. Why are you alone? Where's Peiji? Grandfather Du twisted his Buddha beads, continuing to inquire. He's gone to see city, N'ai replied. Grandfather Du nodded slightly. As he passed the middle-aged man begging for alms, he instinctively reached for a banknote from his person to throw into the bowl. But just as he was about to toss it, a pale hand blocked his, don't give it to him. The middle-aged beggar was stunned, having thought he was about to score a small fortune today, only to have someone block his money-making path. This young girl was just too cruel. Not giving money was one thing, but to prevent others from giving. Couldn't she see how pitiful he was? Compared to the comrade who had just readily parted with 50 cents, she was far worse. The middle-aged man's face looked unpleasant. Grandfather Du looked up. The owner of the hand was N'ai, his face showing bewilderment, as he knew that N'ai was not someone without compassion. He's a professional beggar, N'ai explained. A professional beggar? Grandfather Du was somewhat puzzled. N'ai continued, simply put, someone who lives off begging. Don't think he looks pitiable now. When it comes time to clock out, his food and drink, his clothes and housing are all better than anyone else's. Though poor, he held firm to his pride. True paupers would not beg. It was the 80s, China's economy was thriving. As long as one had strength and wasn't disabled, basically no one would starve to death. In the future, professional beggars could be seen almost everywhere, in subways, in malls. Some professional beggars were worth millions, owning dozens of apartments in the city. This middle-aged man could be considered a pioneer among professional beggars. How can you tell that he is a professional beggar? Grandfather Du asked. N'ai's tone was indifferent, not afraid of being overheard by the kneeling professional beggar. Look at how physically strong he is, he doesn't seem disabled at all. Since he's not disabled and in the prime of life, why can't he earn money with his own labor? The rice shop ahead offers 3 cents for carrying a sack of rice, and they hire year-round. Moreover, I've observed that regardless of wind or rain, he never misses a day. Such people exploit the sympathy of others for personal gain and satisfaction, and they truly don't deserve compassion. That's enough to conclude he's a professional beggar? Grandfather Du asked, still twisting his Buddha beads. Of course there's more. N'ai's eyes were clear and voice was soft. Even though he seems thin, his features are bright and animated. True beggars, due to constant inadequate nutrition, should appear thin and pale. Does he look like someone who can't get enough to eat to you? On hearing this, the middle-aged man on the ground broke into a cold sweat. He had been begging here for so long, and it was the first time someone had exposed him, and the person was a young girl, barely 18 or 19 years old. The feeling was indeed, it seemed he needed to find a new spot. The middle-aged man glanced up at Yang, then got up and ran away in an embarrassing manner. Watching the middle-aged man's retreating figure, a smile appeared on Yang's face, her dimples showing lightly. See, he fled in panic. Smiles are contagious. A slight curve also appeared on Grandfather Du's lips, like a flower blooming in the icy snow, ushering in a rebirth of all things. Wu Yenyun had not gone far. Instead, she hid behind an alley and watched. Because she was too far away, she couldn't clearly hear what they were saying, but she saw Yang stopping Grandfather Du from giving money very clearly. What was Yang doing? Was it intentional? Had she actually seen her already? Just because she had given the beggar 50 cents, should Yang prevent Grandfather Du from giving money? It was one thing not to give money, but she actually drove away the poor beggar. Why did she do that? That was just too much. Wu Yenyun bit her lip tightly, staring angrily at the back of Yang. It's already noon, have you eaten? Yang pulled out a wristwatch from her pocket, looked at the time, and asked Grandfather Du if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:15, Tit for Tat _2. No, Grandpa Du shook his head. With the idea of caring for the elderly who live alone in mind, and recalling Mo Kishan's advice, Yang continued, then let's go have dinner together, I haven't eaten either. Okay. Grandpa Du originally thought Yang would take him somewhere fancy, but instead, she took him to an unknown food street. In the cold weather, the food street was bustling with people and the scents of various foods mingled together. It was quite fragrant, but for someone like Grandpa Du who was accustomed to high-end hotels, it was somewhat uncomfortable, mainly because such roadside stalls couldn't possibly be very clean. Grandpa Du glanced at Yang and saw no sign of disgust in her eyes. This person really isn't picky. In fact, Yang wasn't particular about food at all. She could be seen in high-end Western restaurants elegantly eating steak or sitting at a roadside stall eating spicy hot soup without any care for her image. As long as it tastes good, what's the fuss about? If you're always worried about this and that in life, what's the fun in that? Sit down. Yang led Grandpa Du to a wonton stall and sat down. Don't be fooled by the simplicity of this stall, it's actually quite tasty. Technology is advancing, and the times are progressing. In the past, wontons were only available in Guangguan, but now, as more people start businesses, Beijing's delicacies have also increased. Grandpa Du leaned forward and sat opposite Yang, placing the Buddha beads on the table and taking out a handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping the bowls and chopsticks. Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. This person is quite particular. Eating at a roadside stall and still worrying about hygiene? Boss, give me a bowl of chicken soup wontons. As she spoke, Yang looked at Grandpa Du. What would you like? They have rice noodle rolls here as well. The same as you. Grandpa Du glanced down. Okay. Yang nodded and told the shopkeeper, then we'll have 2 portions of chicken soup wontons, and also 1 spicy duck head and 1 gizzard, that's all. Alright, just a moment. Soon, the wontons and braised duck head were served. Yang grabbed a duck head immediately. I'm starting, don't be shy. First, she took a bite of the spicy duck head, letting the spicy and fresh taste fill her mouth, then followed it with a sip of delicious chicken soup. It was incredibly satisfying. Seeing Yang's satisfied expression, Grandpa Du also picked up a duck head and took a bite. Although the taste wasn't as exquisite as that of the fancy places, it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Try the gizzard too, it's also pretty good. Yang finished a duck head and shifted her attention to the gizzards. They gradually felt warm while eating. Yang took off her scarf and looked at Grandpa Du, whose forehead had no trace of sweat, envying his physique. After finishing their meal and leaving the food street, Yang said, "How was it? The taste of the roadside stall isn't bad, right?" "Much better than I imagined," Grandpa Du fiddled with his Buddha beads. "Is this your first time eating at a roadside stall?" Yang was somewhat surprised. Grandpa Du gave a slight nod. Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. "Then you really are out of touch." "Out of touch? Is that used to describe men?" Grandpa Du smiled. "You have a way with compliments." As they walked and talked, just then, a little boy holding a snowball ran towards them, laughing as he tried to dodge an attack from a playmate. Kids really don't watch where they're going, and just as he was about to run into Yang, before Grandpa Du could react, Yang quickly steadied the little boy. "Slow down, be careful." The little boy looked up. "Wow. This sister is so beautiful." His face instantly blushed. "Thank you, sister," and then he ran off quickly. Watching the little boy's retreating figure, Yang smiled and said, "Kids are great, carefree." Grandpa Du nodded slightly, then asked, "If you had the chance, would you want to go back to being 5 or 6 years old?" "My childhood wasn't carefree," Yang smiled with a twinkle in her eye. "A poor family's child has to mature early. She had to help with chores at the age of 5 or 6, and if she didn't do them well, she'd get beaten. There was no such thing as a carefree childhood. What about you? Would you want to go back to being 5 or 6 years old?" Yang asked in return. Grandpa Du's lips curled slightly, his eyes looking distant. "I probably wouldn't either. Some people's growth is full of hardships, having grown up through so much. Who would want to relive that pain all over again? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 10:16, Tit-for-tat_3. If time could flow backward, he wanted to return to 3 years ago. To meet some people a bit earlier, and some events. But in this world, where is there talk of time reverting? Thinking of this, the smirk at the corner of Master Du's mouth gradually turned into derision. Because Yang had other matters to attend to, she said goodbye to Master Du at the crossroads. Not long after Yang left, a little black bird flew over and landed on Master Du's shoulder. "You little rascal. How did you get here?" Master Du extended his index finger and tapped the little bird's head. "I'm hungry. Hungry. I'm starving." Duo snuggled against Master Du's chin, seeking favor. Master Du pulled out a silk pouch from his waist. Upon seeing the pouch, the entire bird perked up. Master Du took out some bird feed from the pouch to feed Duo. "You only think of me when you're hungry. A greedy bird. Does your owner mistreat you?" Seeing Duo eating without looking up, Master Du chuckled. Yang put on a mask, dressed in disguise, and went to luxurious skincare to observe the employee's service attitude. Though luxurious skincare is now quite popular in Beijing and the effects are excellent, the service attitude must not be neglected. After all, in the future, many luxury brand clerks would get a bad reputation for their arrogance. Customers aren't coming to spend money to get mistreated, after all. Possibly because there was a commission involved, Yang visited 4 stores, and the service attitude in each was particularly good. They would actively explain the membership system to customers and promote skincare products suitable for the consumer's skin type. Of course, training played a part in all this. Before each employee started, Yang would arrange for a foreign instructor to provide training. The first point in the employee handbook was to avoid being snobbish. Do not look down on any customer. Even if a customer enters the store wearing patched clothes, they must be greeted with a smile. Ni Yang was very satisfied with everything she saw and planned to give them a raise next month. Just then, a young woman came running toward the store in a hurry. She was so rushed that she didn't see the glass door in front of her. With a thud, she crashed directly into the glass door. "Are you okay?" Ni Yang quickly helped her up. The young woman seemed to be in her early 20s, sporting the latest popular permed hair and wearing bright red lipstick, with her brows shaped like willow leaves and her eyes, like crescent moons, exceptionally spirited. However, she was dressed in a light blue work uniform, apparently having just gotten off work before rushing here. Ni Yang suddenly remembered that today was the day Luxurious Skincare was selling a limited edition set, but by now, the limited edition product was already sold out. I'm fine, thank you, comrade. I've got to run, I have things to do. The young woman stood up and ran into the Luxurious Skincare store. After the young woman entered the store, Ni Yang took off her mask, straightened her clothes, and followed inside. As expected, the young woman was there to buy Luxurious Skincare's limited edition gift box. Upon hearing from the employee that it had sold out, she said with surprise, "How could you have sold out so early? I've just gotten off work and haven't even changed my clothes." Luxurious Skincare would be sold in 2 time slots at the beginning and end of each month. One at 9 in the morning, and the other at 3:30 in the afternoon. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. Sold out already? The employee smiled and said, "Some customers who didn't get it in the morning lined up early to buy it together in the afternoon. The gift boxes were already sold out by 4 o'clock. Is that so? If I knew this, I would have taken a day off today." The young woman looked disappointed. The employee continued, "Although we don't have the limited edition set anymore, we do have non-limited editions available. Would you like me to recommend something?" The young woman waved her hand, "I can buy the non-limited edition anytime. I'm buying the limited edition as a gift. Can't you make an exception for me?" She really needed a box of Luxurious Skincare. The store manager spotted Ni Yang approaching and immediately greeted her, "Miss Ni, welcome." Ni Yang nodded her head, "Bring me a set of that limited edition." Although the sets were officially sold out, the store still kept a spare in reserve, just in case. "Of course, one moment, please." The store manager took out a box of the Luxurious Skincare set and handed it to Ni Yang. "Thank you." Ni Yang took the gift box and walked out at a leisurely pace. Just as Ni Yang stepped out of the store, the young woman who had just approached ran after her, "Comrade, wait up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 10:17, Tit for Tat _4. Is there something you need? Ni Yang glanced back slightly. The young woman was taken aback, apparently not expecting Ni Yang to be so attractive. "Comrade, may I ask how you managed to buy this limited edition of Ice Skin Jade Skin? When I went to buy it just now, they said it was already sold out." Ni Yang smiled slightly, "I know the store manager at their place a bit, and this was specially reserved for me." The young woman nodded and then said, "Comrade, wait a moment, can we discuss something?" "What is it?" asked Ni Yang. The young woman continued, "Comrade, let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Tong and I work at Morning Light Group at number 85 Goldie Road. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." Ni Yang replied with a smile, "I know you're not a bad person." Li Tong said, "Here's the thing, comrade, I urgently need a set of the limited edition Ice Skin Jade Skin gift box for a gift. Would you be willing to sell me the one you have? I'm willing to pay 3 times the price. Is that okay?" Li Tong was very sincere. Ni Yang hesitated for a moment, then said, "I can't." "Why not?" "Each box of Ice Skin Jade Skin costs 210 yuan, and 3 times that is 630 yuan. That would be quite a profit. Li Tong became anxious. Comrade, do you think the money is too little? If 3 times isn't enough, I can do 5 times. We can negotiate the price. Since you know the store manager, you could just ask him to reserve another box for you later. That way, you could make a nice little profit. Ni Yang said with a laugh, it's not about the money, I also need it for a gift. How about you leave your contact info, and I'll sell you a box tomorrow. What a coincidence. Although a bit disappointed, Li Tong was still not ready to give up. Comrade, please sell it to me. The person I want to give it to has their birthday today, and it won't mean as much after today. Li Tong was really in a hurry. Li Tong had a relative who was difficult to talk to but very wealthy, and this relative was in their 50s, without children or a spouse. Whoever could win her favor wouldn't have to worry about money in the future. For a woman in her 50s, wrinkles are the enemy, and this relative also cared immensely about her appearance. The Ice Skin Jade Skin set included an anti-wrinkle cream. If Li Tong could give this as a gift today, she would surely win her relative's favor, which is why she was so anxious. Seeing Ni Yang still hesitant, Li Tong bit her lip and continued, Comrade, I'll pay 10 times the price. 10 times. 210 yuan becoming 2,100 yuan. Li Tong's heart was bleeding. All right then. Ni Yang handed over the gift box to Li Tong. Did she just agree? Li Tong was surprised, and also reflected inwardly that indeed, no one can resist money. Thank you so much, comrade. Li Tong continued, but I don't have that much cash on me right now, could you come to the bank with me? Ni Yang shook her head, just give me 210. 210. Li Tong was stunned. Hadn't they agreed on 10 times the price? Had she heard wrongly? Ni Yang continued, the original price of Ice Skin Jade Skin is 210 yuan. If I took 2,100 yuan from you, wouldn't that be extortion? You seem more desperate than me. Helping others is like helping yourself, here, take it. Li Tong hadn't expected this response from Ni Yang, thinking to herself that this young lady was rather nice. She smiled and said, under circumstances where both parties are willing, this wouldn't be called extortion, you know? Comrade, are you sure you want to sell it to me for 210? Although pained by the thought of the 2,100 yuan, Li Tong wasn't one to go back on her word. Ni Yang nodded, it's like making a new friend then, my name is Ni Yang, you can just call me by my name. Alright, then you call me by my name too. Li Tong took out 210 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Ni Yang. Ni Yang took the money, and they both left the mall together. Just as Ni Yang turned to leave, Li Tong suddenly called out, Ni Yang, wait a moment. Is there something else? Ni Yang turned around slightly. Li Tong fished out a notebook and a pen from her pocket. Ni Yang, what's your phone number? Do you mind leaving it with me? That way, we can keep in touch more often. Ni Yang knew the store manager of Ice Skin Jade Skin, and with that contact, Li Tong could buy as many boxes of Ice Skin Jade Skin she wanted anytime. That would be really convenient. Using limited edition items also tended to be good for networking. Li Tong felt that her luck today was incredibly good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. After Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong went into the room, Wu Yenyun coldly faced Ni Tsuehua. A person lives with a face, a tree lives with a bark, what exactly do you want, to stop harassing me? Ni Tsuehua, with tears in her eyes, said, Child, I know I've wronged you, what do I need to do to earn your forgiveness? No matter how Wu Yenyun treated her, this child was still the one she carried for 10 months. Not protecting her own child, it was her failure, she just wanted to compensate Wu Yenyun more. Forgive you? Wu Yenyun looked at Enai Tsuihua, her lips curling with sarcasm. From the moment you abandoned me, I will never forgive you again. Since you decided to throw me away at the beginning, why pretend now? It really makes me sick. Sick, so her own daughter found her disgusting. Enai Tsuihua felt as if a knife was cutting through her heart. Yenyun, don't be like this, listen to my explanation. At that time I had no choice. The Mu family valued boys over girls. She had resisted, but resistance only resulted in a severe beating. At that time, Enai Yang was still young, and her family wasn't supportive, so she could only watch as her newborn daughter was discarded. Her daughter was discarded, and she felt more tormented than anyone. No choice? No choice allows you to throw away your own daughter? Did you ever think, I am a human life? If I hadn't been picked up by my mom, I'd be dead by now. You have no rights to my forgiveness. Everyone urged her to let go of the past, to try and understand Enai Quihua's hardships. They said it lightly because none of them were the ones who were abandoned. They will never understand her pain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1019, Tit for Tat _6. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Enai Tsuihua took out a passbook from her bag. This is some money I've saved over the years. The password is your birthday. That money was all saved from selling spicy strips by Enai Tsuihua, adding up to more than 90,000 yuan. 90,000 yuan was already a huge sum of money in those days. I don't need it. Wu Yenyun swatted away the passbook being offered. Do you think this money can make up for the hurt you've caused me? Never in a million years. Enai Tsuihua reached out to pick up the passbook, her face streaked with tears. Wu Yenyun looked down at Enai Tsuihua. Do you want me to forgive you? Enai Tsuihua looked at Wu Yenyun, a flash of joy in her eyes. Yenyun, are you willing to forgive me? There's one way you can earn my forgiveness. Tell me. Enai Tsuihua said eagerly. Wu Yenyun continued, you just throw away Enai Yun as well, let her taste what it's like to be abandoned, and I'll forgive you. Why should she be the only one to endure all this pain? It would only be fair if everyone took their turn. Otherwise, she would never forgive Enai Tsuihua. What? Enai Tsuihua looked at Wu Yenyun in disbelief. Enai Tsuihua could never have imagined Wu Yenyun would make such a demand. To throw away little Enai Yun too? How could she do such a thing? What's the matter? Can't bear it? Wu Yenyun's mouth curved with a mocking arc. If you could abandon me when there was no other way, why can't you abandon Enai Yun when there's no other way? Just because she's your most beloved youngest daughter? Do you think that's fair? Enai Tsuihua said to Wu Yenyun, she's your sister. Not taking good care of her own child was her responsibility, but how could Wu Yenyun transfer that anger onto little Enai Yun? What did this have to do with little Enai Yun? This wasn't a matter of fairness at all. Enai Tsuihua looked at Wu Yenyun in front of her, feeling this person was excessively strange. I have only 3 younger brothers. No sisters. And certainly no beloved younger sister treasured like a pearl by the family. Look, the moment you talk about throwing away Enai Yun, Enai Tsuihua changes. Because she simply can't bear to part with Enai Yun. All that talk of having no choice, of being forced, it was all excuses. All of it, just excuses. Apart from that demand, I can meet any other request of yours. Enai Tsuihua closed her eyes in agony. Don't need them, I have only this one demand. Wu Yenyun continued, now go and abandon your most beloved youngest daughter, and then when she comes of age, find her again and give her some money, see if your most loved little girl will forgive you. Enai Tsuihua looked at Wu Yenyun with tearful eyes. Yenyun, isn't this asking too much of me? This is all my fault, you can beat me or scold me, but it has nothing to do with Yun Yun, the child is innocent, I beg you not to do this. Wu Yenyun sighed. Her heart was filled with immense sorrow. She didn't know why fate had assigned her such a mother, so cruel and so biased. Ni-Yun is already 3 years old in nominal age. I had just been born when I was abandoned. Playing favorites like this, what right do you have to be a mother? Ni Tsuhua cried inconsolably, barely able to utter a complete sentence. Wu Yenyun continued, since you don't want to abandon Ni-Yun, then I'll step back. Ni Tsuhua looked up at Wu Yenyun. If you don't want to abandon Ni-Yun, then drive Ni-Yang out of the house, sever the mother-daughter relationship, and from now on live your lives completely apart. Wu Yenyun enunciated each word, making Ni Qihua's heart grow colder. Are you joking with me? How could she possibly sever the mother-daughter relationship with Ni-Yang? She couldn't do it. If it hadn't been for Ni-Yang bringing her back from Dam Village, would she even have her current life? If it were Ni-Yang standing in Wu Yenyun's shoes today, would Ni-Yang be so aggressive? The answer was clear. Ni-Yang definitely wouldn't act this way. I'm serious. Wu Yenyun continued, if you really were a fair mother, if you truly intend to acknowledge me as your daughter, then you should let your other daughter experience the pain I went through back then. If Ni Tsuehua was willing to break with Ni-Yang, then she would be willing to forgive Ni Tsuehua. It was a matter of how much she mattered to Ni Tsuehua. She was just returning the favor. Ni Tsuehua looked at Wu Yenyun with a heart-wrenching pain and said, she's your sister. Child. She's your sister. If it hadn't been for your sister, I would be dead by now. You wouldn't have what you have now. How could you speak such words? Where is your conscience? Conscience? Wu Yenyun looked at Ni Tsuehua, her lips curling with sorrow. Her conscience had been eaten by dogs long ago. Ni Tsuehua has the nerve to ask about her conscience. They all said Ni-Yang had helped her. But without the Zheng family's influence, what could Ni-Yang have done to help her? Ni-Yang had known about her origins for a long time but kept it hidden, offering help out of guilt. Ni-Yang wouldn't even spare a beggar on the street side, so how could she have been so kind-hearted as to help her? She had misjudged the person. Get out. Wu Yenyun didn't want to say any more, pointing at the door and saying, get out, right now. As a child who was thrown away, Wu Yenyun had already been forbearing, but her blood-related mother kept disappointing her. Ni Tsuehua took a deep breath. Child, I hope what you said today was just an impulse. I'll be leaving first. Wu Yenyun thought that Ni Tsuehua would stay, continuing to plead for her forgiveness. But she hadn't expected Ni Tsuehua to actually leave. She left without looking back. She was the one who'd been cast aside, so why should she suffer so much pain and humiliation? Wu Yenyun sat in the chair and sobbed silently. Ni Tsuehua walked down the road, her soul seemingly in tatters. Chapter 1020, Yang got angry. Ni-Yang watched Ni Qihua's figure, her thoughts deepening. Today was Saturday, and during dinner, Shengguan Su and Shengguan Shi came back. Ni Tsuehua, after an afternoon of rest, was in much better spirits and looked at Shengguan Shi. Xiaoxi, how are things going with you and Zwilling? Shengguan Shi was her daughter too, and she couldn't neglect her just because of the issues with Wu Yenyun. Considering Zwilling's family situation, if Shengguan Shi really married into it, the tough days would be yet to come. Shengguan Shi smiled and said, my relationship with Zwilling is very stable, and we've cleared up the misunderstanding from last time. Actually, it's not true that his family prefers boys over girls. After all, Zwilling is a college graduate, his level of thinking and awareness aren't that low. Mom, you can rest assured. Really? Ni Tsuehua was somewhat doubtful. She always felt that there was more to the situation. Really? Shengguan Shi nodded her head. Shengguan Dehui continued, you are just too stubborn, child. You won't learn your lesson until you face some hardships. Shangguanxi said with a laugh, as long as Zhuoling is not that type of person, everyone can stop worrying. Shangguan Granny helplessly shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. So alike. The child was just too much like Su Fun. Sometimes, the more you try to persuade, the more counterproductive it becomes. Shangguan Su looked at Shangguanxi. Do you know that Chen Jun has come back? Yes, Shangguanxi nodded her head. He even gave me a ride to my unit the day before yesterday morning. Shangguan Su joked, Chen Jun graduated from a famous university abroad, and I see that he cares about you quite a bit. Being with him would surely be better than being with Zhuoling. Phew. Shangguanxi spit out a mouthful of rice and couldn't stop coughing. Ni Zuhua quickly grabbed a tissue and handed it to Shangguanxi, patting her back. Slow down, slow down. Shangguanxi casually wiped her mouth and looked at Shangguan Su with an expression of disbelief. Brother, what are you joking about? Wu Lao San and I, it's impossible. Shangguan Su said calmly, how do you know it's impossible without trying? When it comes to family background, looks, and capability, he is at least 100 times better than Zhuoling. Compared with Wu Chenjun, what was Zhuoling? It was Shangguan Zai's lack of judgment that made her fancy someone like Zhuoling. Brother, please stop, an uncomfortable Shangguanxi said. Wu Lao San and I grew up together like close buddies. Can buddies become partners? Don't try to matchmake randomly. Shangguan Su picked up a piece of braised pork. If you really have no thoughts about it, just ignore what I said. But if you end up with Zhuoling and suffer in their family, don't come crying to me. Shangguanxi laughed, don't worry, bro. I guarantee I won't come crying to you. Shangguan Su didn't say anything more. Shangguanxi then said, by the way, Mom and Dad, I plan to visit Zhuoling's parents this week. Ni Zuhua was startled, this quickly. If both sets of parents had met, engagement wouldn't be far off. Shangguan Dehui looked at Shangguanxi. Xiaoxi, are you sure about this? Yes, I've thought it through, Shangguanxi replied. Sooner or later we have to meet the parents, it's better earlier than later. Ni Zuhua frowned and then said, Xiaoxi, don't tell Zhuoling's parents about our family's true situation when you go this time. As for gifts, there's no need for anything too expensive, just buy some fruit, bring a couple pounds of meat, and 2 pounds of brown sugar. Isn't that too shabby? Shangguanxi was taken aback. Shangguanxi was originally planning to bring a box of ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Shangguan Dehui put down his chopsticks. I think your mother is right, Zhuoling's family situation is too complex. If you bring expensive gifts on your first visit, you might not see their true colors. Alright, Shangguanxi nodded, I'll listen to you. Shangguanxi was stubborn when it came to emotional matters, but she would still take her parents' advice on some things. After all, her parents were looking out for her best interests. After dinner, Grandma Zheng found Ni Zuhua. Tingting, did you go to see Yenyun again today? Ni Zuhua responded with surprise, Mom, how did you find out? Grandma Zheng said, I could tell something was wrong with you this afternoon. Is Yenyun still unwilling to forgive us? Ni Zuhua nodded her head. Grandma Zheng sighed, maybe you just don't have that mother-daughter fate with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1021, Yang Yang got angry _2. It would be normal for Wu Yenyun to have harbored some resentment, but after such a long time, it should have faded. She had her own suffering, but Ni Zuhua had her own grievances too. And besides, Wu Yenyun wasn't young anymore. Grandma Zheng patted Ni Zuhua on the hand. Tingting, I'm going to say something you might not want to hear, but if you really can't recognize her as your daughter, then let it be. A twisted melon is never sweet. Ni Qihua's eyes reddened, but she is still my daughter. She was the one who had wronged Wu Yenyun. No matter what, she still hoped that Wu Yenyun could forgive her. As a mother herself, Grandma Zheng understood the pain in Ni Kuihua's heart. The next day was Sunday. Ni Tsuehua and Shengwan Dehui, as usual, paid a visit to the children at the orphanage. Shengwan Shi went back with Zhuoling to meet his parents. Shengwan Shi didn't bring anything expensive, just some apples and bananas, and then 2 pounds of meat and 2 pounds of brown sugar. Zhuoling, do you think your uncle and auntie will like me? Shengwan Shi was a bit nervous. Zhuoling smiled, no way, I guarantee they'll love you. Although Zhuoling's parents had a preference for Chen Liebao, Zhuoling had made his intentions clear to them. Even if they didn't like Shengwan Shi, they'd have to feign their approval. After saying this, Zhuoling continued, Xiaoxi, it's Sunday today and the nanny has the day off. It's just my dad and mom at home. There's something I need to tell you in advance. Go ahead. Zhuoling explained, my mom used to be a little leader at her workplace, so her temper can be a bit idiosyncratic. If there's any lack of hospitality, please don't take it to heart. She's just used to giving orders, but she's not a bad person at heart. Knowing his mother's character, Zhuoling needed to give Shengwan Shi a heads up. Having been with Shengwan Shi for 3 years, Zhuoling knew that she was an empathetic and understanding girl. As long as things were explained to her, she would understand. Shengwan Shi nodded, don't worry. Let's go then. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Zhuo family home. The Zhuo family lived in a residence allocated by the unit, within a courtyard where everyone knew each other. The environment in the courtyard was quite nice, neat and tidy, though it paled in comparison to the Ni family's detached courtyard house. Seeing Zhuoling bring a young and beautiful girl home, everyone teased him with a smile, Xiaozhua, who's this? Your girlfriend? Yes, Auntie 5, this is my girlfriend, Shengwan Shi. Xiaoxi, this is Auntie 5, she lives above us and is also a colleague of my parents. Shengwan Shi greeted her politely, hello, Auntie 5. Hello, this girl is quite pretty. No wonder Zhuoling wasn't interested in Chen Liebao. Compared to Shengwan Shi, Chen Liebao just didn't hold a candle. Hearing someone praise Shengwan Zai's looks, Zhuoling's face beamed with pride. Marrying a beautiful bride like her was his own achievement. Could Auntie 5's son ever manage to marry someone as beautiful as Shengwan Shi? The Zhuo family lived on the 3rd floor in a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. The place was tidy, which also showed that Zhuoling's mother was a person who liked cleanliness. Shengwan Shi, who had a mild case of OCD, was relieved to see how neat and clean the Zhuo family home was. Zhuoling's parents were sitting on the sofa. Zhuoling introduced Shengwan Shi to them, Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Shengwan Shi. Shengwan Shi, very politely, placed the gifts she had brought aside, hello, Uncle and Auntie, Shengwan Shi, you can just call me Xiaoxi. Zhuoling's mother glanced sideways at the gifts Shengwan Shi had brought. Bananas, apples, meat, brown sugar, just ordinary things nobody wanted. Did they seem like a family that couldn't afford meat to her? Not bringing some nutritious and valuable gifts on the first visit, it seemed like she had no home training. Every time Chen Liebao visited, she would bring bags of good stuff. Malted milk, royal bee jelly, bird's nest, and with that, she wanted to marry her son? In her dreams. Zhuoling's father stood up with a smile, you girl, there was no need to bring anything. Come, sit down, sit down. Zhuoling kept winking at his mother. Seeing it was for her son's sake, Zhuoling's mother stood up, we didn't know in advance you were coming, so we didn't prepare anything. Xiaoxi, would you like some tea or a soft drink? Zhuoling's family was somewhat better off than average, otherwise, they wouldn't have a nanny. This statement was actually a veiled boast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1022, Yang Yang is angry _3. Their family was enjoying drinks already, estimating Shangguan Zai's family probably even struggled to get enough to eat. "Auntie, you're too kind, water is fine for me." Zhuoling didn't dare challenge his mother's authority. He immediately stood up and said, "Mom, please sit, I'll get Xiaoxi some water." Hearing this, Zhuoling's mother's face became even more unhappy. Her son was her precious darling. Zhuoling had never poured her a glass of water from childhood to adulthood, yet today he actually wanted to pour water for a little girl. They weren't even married yet, and it was already like this. What would it be like after the wedding? A woman actually letting a man serve her. She didn't know who had raised her. Shangguanxi had already informed Zhuoling in advance that his mother had a peculiar temper, so she didn't take the changes in Zhuoling's mother's expression to heart. Zhuoling's mother pointed to the sofa and said, "Sit." "Thank you, auntie." Shangguanxi sat on the sofa. Zhuoling's mother also sat down and then said, "Xiaoxi, I heard from Lingling that your family is from the countryside, is that right?" "Yes." Shangguanxi nodded. Zhuoling's mother smiled and asked, "How many people are in your family altogether?" "Including my grandparents and my grandmother there are 9 people, Shangguanxi said, including Wu Yenyun in her count. After all, Wu Yenyun was also a part of their family. In the countryside, supporting 3 elderly people and a few children must be quite difficult for your parents, isn't it?" Zhuoling's mother asked. Shangguanxi replied, "It's manageable." Manageable? Mockery filled Zhuoling's mother's eyes. If it were truly manageable, then Shangguanxi wouldn't have needed to cling to Zhuoling so desperately. She didn't know what kind of love potion this girl had fed to Zhuoling to make him so determined to marry her. She wasn't even taking a look at herself, thinking she was worthy of Zhuoling. "Xiaoxi, you've seen our family's conditions. Lingling is the only son under his 7 sisters. After your uncle and I pass on, everything in the house will belong to Lingling. This child Lingling is naive, if not for." At that moment, Zhuoling came over with a glass of water, interrupting his mother, "Mom, hayrase water, have some water." While passing the glass of water to his mother, he made meaningful eye contact with her. Though Shangguanxi was understanding and simple-natured, she wasn't a fool. If Zhuoling's mother continued talking, this whole thing might just fall through. Zhuoling certainly didn't want to marry Chen Liebao, that pig. Zhuoling's mother gave Zhuoling a glare as she took the glass of water. Then Zhuoling passed another glass of water to Shangguanxi. "Xiaoxi, drink some water." "Thank you," Shangguanxi expressed her thanks. Zhuoling smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for?" Zhuoling's mother sized up Shangguanxi and then asked, "Xiaoxi, how much do you weigh?" Shangguanxi was stunned. "Huh? What did you say?" Zhuoling's mother asked, "I'm asking what your height and weight are." This Zhuoling's mother's character was indeed peculiar. Was it normal to directly ask that kind of question? Shangguanxi subtly frowned and then replied, "Mother, I'm 165 and weigh 98. A height of 165, and she weighs less than 100? That weight was not even half of Chen Libao's. Chen Liebao could probably pick up Shangguanxi with one hand. They say a fuller figure is better for bearing sons, but with Shangguan Zai's frame, she might even have trouble conceiving, let alone having a son. In the 80s, it wasn't like later times. Plumpness was considered beautiful, indicating wealth in the family. A skinny appearance probably meant one couldn't fill their stomach. Zhuoling's mother grew increasingly dissatisfied with Shangguanxi. Seeing that his mother's expression was turning sour, Zhuoling quickly stood up and said, "Mama, I'm hungry. Please start cooking." The moment she heard that her precious son was hungry, Zhuoling's mother immediately stood up and went to the kitchen. Following Zhuoling's pointed look, she continued, "Xiaoxi, what do you like to eat?" Shangguanxi smiled and said, "I'm not picky, auntie, whatever you cook is fine." During this time, Shangguanxi offered to help Zhuoling's mother but was stopped by Zhuoling. What a joke. If Zwilling's mother continued to speak those unpleasant words, what then? He and Xianxia were at a crucial moment right now. The raw rice wasn't yet cooked rice, nothing could go wrong at this juncture. Zwilling not only stopped Xianxia's eyes movements but also sweet-talked her. Xiaoxi, how can you, with your tender hands, do such work? Wait until we're married, we'll hire a nanny to let her take care of all the household chores. What girl doesn't like to hear sweet talk? Especially a girl who is deeply in love. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1023, Yang got angry _4. Really? Xianxia she asked with her face flushed. Yes, really, Zwilling nodded. About an hour later, it was finally time to eat. The dishes were pretty good, consisting of 5 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat and 3 vegetarian, but it was much worse compared to the last time Zwilling had visited the Ni family. But Xianxia she could understand, after all, the Zhou family's conditions were no match for theirs. Zhou father warmly urged Xianxia she to sit down and eat. Xiaoxi, don't be polite, just treat this as your own home. Thank you, uncle. Auntie, you've worked hard. Zhou mother couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Xianxia she. Her son wasn't without prospects for a wife, she didn't feel the need to please Xianxia she. Xianxia she assumed Zhou mother was just eccentric and didn't mind. After dinner, Zwilling couldn't wait to take Xianxia she back. Zhou mother took the gift Xianxia she had brought. Xiaoxi, you're too polite bringing such expensive gifts to just visit. Please take them back. Zhou mother deliberately emphasized the word expensive. Who would crave such trivial items? Xianxia she didn't catch the implied meaning from Zhou mother and smiled. It's nothing expensive, just some fruit. You don't have to be so polite. You take them back, continued Zhou mother, take them back for the elders at home to enjoy. It must have been a long time since you've had meat in the village, right? Xianxia she was stunned. Zwilling quickly took the items from Zhou mother's hands, smiling. Mom, why be so formal with Xiaoxi? Since she specifically bought them to show her respect, you should just accept them. Zhou mother looked at Zwilling with a face full of disappointment. That Xianxia she, with a poor family background, couldn't even bear sons. She wondered what Zwilling saw in her. It was simply bewitchment. As soon as the two left, Zhou mother's expression turned cold. What's this all about? Zhou father asked curiously. Do you think she's worthy of our Lingling? Zhou mother asked, pointing outside. Before meeting Xianxia she, Zhou father also thought she wasn't worthy of Zwilling, but having seen her, he now thought Chen Liebao wasn't worthy of Zwilling men, who wouldn't prefer someone beautiful? Chen Liebao looked like a pig and was unapproachable. Besides her poor family background, everything else is tolerable, the grandfather said. Tolerable? What can I say? You think her petite frame looks like she can bear sons? Zhou mother angrily said, do you want to see the Zhou family lineage end with your son? Zhou mother understood women well, because she was too thin, she couldn't bear a son. Just have more children. Zhou father wasn't concerned. Have more? It's easy for you to say. Zhou mother poked Zhou father's forehead, do you think it's still our time? You could have as many as you want. Now, even if one of the couple is not a worker, you can only have 2. Then Zhou mother continued, and look, what did she bring to our house? Compare it with what Liebao brings every time. And another thing, I was exhausted in the kitchen, and she didn't even offer to help. She really thinks she's some kind of precious lady. What good is having such a bride back home? Just to worship her as an ancestor? At this, Zhou father nodded, it seems you do have a point. It is the point. Zhou mother continued, besides, after marrying Lai Bao, Lingling wouldn't have to worry if he doesn't work for the rest of his life. Marrying Sheng Wanshi, what can she offer him? Just a burden. Zhuo father, who was indecisive, was convinced by Zhuo mother in just a few sentences. Then when Lingling comes back, well, talk to him about it. On the other side, Zhuo Ling brought Sheng Wanshi to the roadside. Sheng Wanshi said, Zhuo Ling, I feel like your aunt doesn't like me much. She wasn't foolish, of course. She could see that Zhuo mother had issues with her, and they were not minor. Zhuo Ling chuckled, don't overthink it, my mom is just like that. Didn't I tell you beforehand? Xiaoxi, in my heart, you've always been an empathetic and good girl. Are you going to let this cause a rift between us? Sheng Wanshi said, no, it's just that if this keeps up, there will definitely be conflicts between your aunt and me. As you know, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts have always been a major issue in families. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1024, Yang Angry _5. Zhuo Ling continued, actually, I've thought about it long ago. After we get married, we'll move out and then visit our elders once a week. Nowadays, many young people do that. Xiaoxi, you're living your life with me, not with my mother. You really don't need to worry about these issues. Really? Sheng Wanshi looked up at Zhuo Ling, of course it's true. Zhuo Ling nodded, I can swear to the heavens. With that, Zhuo Ling raised 3 fingers. Sheng Wanshi smiled and said, there's no need for oaths, I believe you, Zhuo Ling. You can't let me down. Xiaoxi, rest assured, I will never let you down. Great. Sheng Wanshi nodded. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Ni Yang had finished her exams at school, and it was time for winter break. It had been over 10 days. Wu Yenyun should have calmed down by now. Having nothing to do that day, Ni Yang put on her woolen coat and prepared to drive to see Wu Yenyun. In such cold weather, Ni Yang certainly didn't want to ride a bicycle there. She had bought this car not long ago. A domestic car, 30,000 yuan. It looked very ordinary on the outside, but the interior was impressively well equipped. The car was modified, with very high-end configurations. However, only those who knew cars would notice that. Ni Yang was not a showy person, so she had bought a domestic car. Yang, where are you going? Ni Yang had just put on her gloves when Ni Tsuhua came downstairs. I'm going to find Yenyun, Ni Yang replied. Then I'll go with you? Ni Tsuhua suggested. Ni Yang smiled slightly and declined, Mom, I should go alone. If Yenyun sees you, she might get emotional again. Don't worry, I will talk to her. Remembering the last experience, Ni Tsuhua sighed, then go ahead, but if, she didn't know what to say next. Ni Yang patted Ni Kuihua's shoulder, Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. Ni Tsuhua nodded, then go early and come back early. Okay. Ni Tsuhua watched Ni Yang's car disappear from view before turning to go back inside. Yang has gone. Old Lady Zheng came out of the house. Yes. Old Lady Zheng's gaze was distant, I hope Yenyun can listen to Yang's words. Ni Tsuhua nodded. In a little while, Ni Yang drove to the community where the Wu family lived. Coincidentally, as soon as she drove in, she saw Wu Yenyun sunbathing downstairs with Wu Xiaolong. Ni Yang slowly parked the car across the road from Wu Yenyun, got out, and walked over. Yenyun. Wu Yenyun looked up and saw Ni Yang, smiling with a light in her eyes. Ni Yang was wearing a goose-yellow cheongsam that day, covered by an off-white woolen coat, her black hair flowing down her back. Just like the first time she met Ni Yang. Ni Yang looked like an ethereal fairy, shining brightly. And her? She was just an unwanted wild girl, suffering the hardships of the world. Now Ni Yang even had a car. What did she have as sisters born of the same mother? After more than half a month, Ni Yang finally appeared. She had thought Ni Yang would never show up again. Yenyun, Ni Yang called again. Wu Yenyun pretended not to hear Ni Yang's voice and lowered her head to play with Wu Xiaolong. However, Wu Erlong and Wu Dalong, on the side, excitedly ran over, "Sister Ni Yang. Dalong, Erlong." Ni Yang patted both brothers' heads. Wu Erlong complained, "Sister Ni Yang, Erlong." Ni Yang apologized with a smile, "Sorry, Erlong, it was a slip of the tongue." Wu Erlong said, it's okay." "Oh, Sister Ni Yang, my big sister has been acting like she's sick these few days. She even lost her temper at Auntie Hua last time. Don't be mad at her later. Our teacher says not to argue with sick people." Ni Yang nodded, "I understand, you two go play." Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong ran off to play. Ni Yang approached Wu Yenyun. Wu Yenyun acted as if she didn't hear Ni Yang. Ni Yang's expression remained unchanged, and without getting angry, she spoke in a gentle tone, "Yenyun, can we talk for a bit?" "Talk about what?" Wu Yenyun looked up at Ni Yang, her eyes filled with heavy hostility. Ni Yang kept a smile in her eyes and spoke, "Let's talk about our family situation. I know you're angry and feel wronged, but Mom really was powerless back then. You haven't experienced it yourself, you don't know what that feeling of helplessness is like. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1025, Yang Yang got angry _6. Wu Yenyun looked at Ni Yang, her mouth curved in a mocking arch, "That's your family, it has nothing to do with me. You don't need to tell me these things, I don't want to listen." "That's your family too." "My family?" Wu Yenyun continued, "A daughter born into a poor family like mine could never ascend to such a powerful, wealthy household. Yenyun, why don't we find a place to cool off and talk over some drinks?" If the person in front of her wasn't her own flesh and blood sister, Ni Yang would not have displayed such patience. "Just go, I don't want to see you. From now on, our two families will have nothing to do with each other, it's best if we never interact again." Ni Yang frowned subtly, clearly noting that Wu Yenyun's words were in no way a joke. At the same time, Ni Yang knew what Wu Yenyun was upset about. She was simply envious upon seeing the Ni family's current good days, remembering the hardships she endured over the years, feeling the injustice. "Yenyun, do you know what life was like for Mom and me before I turned 17? Wu Yenyun didn't say a word. Ni Yang continued, "Mom was 9 months pregnant, not only enduring my grandmother and father's beatings, but also taking on all the dirty and tiring chores like an old ox. Yunyun is the 5th child. After she was born, when Grandma saw she was a girl, she immediately wanted to throw her to the wild dogs in the back hills. It was only my quick thinking that saved Yunyun. 3 days after Yunyun was born, my father's mistress, Li Shu, schemed to sell me to her relative for 1,000 yuan. Do you know what kind of person her relative was? He was a 50-something eunuch." Recalling that period, Ni Yang couldn't help but get teary-eyed, her vision blurred by tears. That past seemed like another lifetime. In her previous life, she had suffered for 10 years before escaping from that misery. No one knew how heart-wrenching that past was. No one knew what kind of torment she endured. Later, because I accidentally saved 2 influential nobles, with their help, Mom and I managed to get divorced smoothly, and we took Yunyun to Beijing. When we first arrived in Beijing, we had no place to stay until Aunt and I rented half of her courtyard to us. after settling in Beijing, I started a noodle business. Every morning at around 2, I would get up to prepare everything for the stall, more than 200 kilograms of liquids, all transported to the street on my bicycle, whether it was windy or rainy, I never missed a day. Below every glamorous appearance lies a heart full of scar. Since coming to Beijing, Ni Yang never shared these experiences with anyone. Because Ni Yang was never one to expose her scars and capitalize on others' sympathy. Wu Yenyun was the first. Chapter 1027, Grumpy Mr. Ni_2. He didn't know which girl was so revered. He wondered who was more formidable when compared to Ni Yang. After circling Suzhou City, Ni Yang finally drove home. Everyone at home had gathered, apparently waiting for Ni Yang's results. Yang. Ni Kuihua's eyes, originally dim, lit up instantly upon seeing Ni Yang. Mom. The house was heated by a stove, and Ni Yang casually took off his coat and placed it on the sofa. What did Yenyun say? Ni Tsuhua continued to ask. Ni Yang shook his head. Mom, you shouldn't go looking for her anymore. If Wu Yenyun hadn't disappointed Ni Yang, he wouldn't have said such a thing. This child, why was he so stubborn? Ni Kuihua's eyes reddened instantly. Grandma Zheng sighed. I knew it would end like this. Tingting, don't be too upset, even without Yenyun, you still have Yang and little Yunyun, Grandpa Zheng said. Your mother is right, since that child doesn't have a mother-daughter fate with you, some things can't be forced. If it weren't for a DNA test, Grandpa Zheng might even think there had been a mistake. Wu Yanyun's nature really didn't seem like it came from the Zheng family. Mom, don't be upset. Ni Yang took Ni Kuihua's hand. Tell me honestly, when you and my grandparents went to see her before, did she also show them disdain? If Wu Yenyun showed disdain towards Ni Tsuehua, Ni Yang could understand her. If Wu Yenyun despised even the innocent elderly, then Ni Yang could only say that Wu Yenyun was utterly heartless. Extremely heartless. Hearing this, Ni Tsuehua fell silent. It wasn't just disdain, but, reflecting on this, Ni Tsuehua felt a bit guilty, remembering how her elderly parents had been hit by a younger person that day. Seeing Ni Tsuehua like this, Ni Yang knew what had happened. Mom, just forget this daughter from now on, and don't go looking for her anymore. If you don't listen, you will only embarrass yourself. Ni Tsuehua looked up at Ni Yang. Do you think Yenyun will understand when she's older? Wu Yenyun was still young this year. Maybe she would change in a few years. Before Ni Yang could speak, Shengguan Dehui said, Dia, have you forgotten how old Yang was when he brought you out of Dam Village? That year, Ni Yang was exactly 17 years old. Ni Yang was 17 years old, just like Wu Yenyun. The two 17-year-olds were worlds apart. Ni Tsuehua fell silent. Grandpa Zheng said, Tingting, let it be. We've tried our best, and we can be at peace with that. Grandpa Zheng himself also wished to bring back his stranded granddaughter. But this child really couldn't be helped. Children are predestined, some things simply can't be forced. Ni Tsuehua nodded. So be it. In the first half of her life, she suffered so much due to poor judgment. In the second half, she didn't want to cause any conflicts with her close family over a daughter who had become estranged from her. Did she really have to abandon little Ni Yun? Break the mother-daughter relationship with Ni Yang? Impossible. Never possible. Grandma Zheng and Shengguan she went over to comfort Ni Tsuehua. Shengguan she had met Wu Yenyun. Her first impression of Wu Yenyun was that she was well-mannered and sensible. She didn't expect Wu Yenyun would do something so heart-wrenching. Quite unexpected. Fortunately, Ni Tsuehua wasn't the type to dwell on things, and after some persuasion from several people, her mood gradually stabilized. Wu Daming was driving Li Ronghua back home. As soon as the car reached the entrance of the village, he was stunned. When was this highway in your village built? You should know that more than half a year ago, Jinghua village still had dirt roads. During rainy days, it would be muddy and cars couldn't enter, but now there was such a spacious concrete road. Li Ronghua said with a smile, Yang Yang paid for the construction. Sixth sister? Yes. Li Ronghua nodded. Sixth sister is really amazing. Wu Daming said enviously, why can't our village have a capable person like sixth sister? Previously, Jinghua village had nothing, being the poorest among the villages in all directions. Since Ni Yang arrived, Jinghua village could be said to change every day. Now, if Jinghua village claimed to be number 1, which surrounding village would dare to claim to be number 2? If it wasn't seen with one's own eyes, no one would believe that Jinghua village could change so much in such a short time. Ni Yang was so amazing, and Li Ronghua was also proud. That's right. Yang Yang is really our village's lucky star. Go around the village and ask, from 70 to 80-year-olds to 2 to 3-year-olds, who doesn't like Yang Yang? Even people from the neighboring villages were especially envious of Jinghua village. At that moment, as they drove past the Ni family's small courtyard, Li Ronghua suddenly sat up straight and looked out of the window. Slow down, slow down. What's wrong? Wu Daming was somewhat puzzled. Li Ronghua pointed to a small black car parked outside. Doesn't that car look familiar? Wu Daming squinted his eyes. It does seem a bit. After a moment of thought, Wu Daming continued, isn't that car the one we just saw on the street? Damn! The person driving the car just now couldn't be Ni Yang, could it? Wu Daming swallowed his throat. Li Ronghua and Wu Daming thought of the same thing. The person who was driving just now was Yang Yang, wasn't it? If that's really the case, sixth sister is too amazing. Wu Daming exclaimed. Li Ronghua looked at Wu Daming. Anyway, she's much more capable than you. Look at you, Wu Daming, you're not even as good as a girl. Aren't you embarrassed? Wu Daming said meaningfully, then I'm still better than some who can't even drive. After speaking, Wu Daming added, not only can't drive, but they're also fierce like a man. If any man marries her, he's really out of luck. Who are you talking about? Li Ronghua glared at Wu Daming menacingly. Wu Daming grinned and countered, I'm just talking about some girls, not you. Why are you so excited? Do you act like a man? Li Ronghua, unable to vent his frustration, glared fiercely at Wu Daming. Stop the car. Wu Daming didn't hear her properly. Li Ronghua raised his voice and yelled, I told you to stop the car. Deafening. Wu Daming shuddered and immediately hit the brakes. What's wrong? I want to get out. Li Ronghua grabbed her backpack, got out of the car, and slammed the door shut. Wu Daming scratched his head innocently. This person is really sick. Li Ronghua, who hadn't walked far, turned to look at him, her face gentle. What did you say? Wu Daming looked up at the sky and said earnestly, I said the weather today is really nice. Li Ronghua gave him a look and then walked ahead. Wu Daming stretched his neck. Comrade Li Ronghua, are you sure you don't want me to drive you? Li Ronghua, without turning back, waved her hand. No need. Wu Daming had no choice but to turn the car around, preparing to go back. Beep beep beep. Just then, the right side window was knocked on. Wu Daming rolled down the window, revealing a face as beautiful as a painting. Sixth sister. Ni Yang smiled and said, Wu Daming, what brought you here? Wu Daming replied, it's all because I had to drive that tomboy back. Tomboy? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Who? Wu Daming looked back and whispered very softly, that tomboy, Li Ronghua. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1028, This is the Gap. So, Wu Daming was talking about Li Ronghua. Ni Yang laughed and said, Sister Ronghua is pretty good, isn't she? Where does she look like a tomboy? Wu Daming looked at Ni Yang as if he saw a monster. Even like this, she doesn't look like a tomboy. Ni Yang said, Look how good Sister Ronghua is, she's tall, has good looks, a job, and even a high salary. Her personality isn't bad either, she's loving towards her brother and respectful to her parents. For a girl to be like her is already quite remarkable. Compared to other women her age, Li Ronghua really stood out. She had everything that one could ask for, and didn't lose to anyone else. Wu Daming scratched his head. Sixth sister-in-law, you're so close to her, of course, you would speak on her behalf. How come he never noticed all of Li Ronghua's good qualities? To him, Li Ronghua always looked like a tomboy. The kind that can't get married. Ni Yang, smiling, said, I'm just speaking the truth. Oh, by the way, do you want to come over to my place? Wu Daming waved his hands. No, I've got other things to do. Oh right, sixth sister-in-law, the sixth brother will be back in a couple of days. Ni Yang nodded, I know. How do you know? Wu Daming looked surprised. Ni Yang said, he's in Sea City, not abroad, we talk on the phone every day. Oh. As they were speaking, Wu Daming seemed to remember something, then said, Sixth sister-in-law, is that your car? Yeah. Wu Daming continued, Sixth sister-in-law, you must be really skilled at driving, right? By the end, his eyes were gleaming. Ni Yang modestly said, of course, how else would I be your sixth sister-in-law? Wu Daming, full of admiration, said, Sixth sister-in-law, you're so amazing, I knew it must have been you I saw on the street that time. Now he finally understood why Imo Chishan fell for Ni Yang. You saw me on the street? Ni Yang was somewhat surprised. Wu Daming nodded, yeah, I saw your car nearly flying. Thinking about that scene still made his heart race and his blood boil. Keep it low-key. Ni Yang, smiling, patted Wu Daming's shoulder. At that moment, Shengguan Su stood on the second-floor balcony and called out to Ni Yang, Yang, you've got a phone call. Oh, coming. Ni Yang turned to Wu Daming and said, I'll go back inside then. If you have time, come over to my place with Brother Mo. Sure. Wu Daming nodded. Ni Yang went inside to answer the phone. It was Li Tong who had called. She simply wanted to meet up with Ni Yang to buy a few more boxes of the limited edition Ice Jade skin. Ni Yang readily agreed to meet Li Tong. They agreed to meet the next morning. Shengguan Shi came over from the other side, curiously asking, Yang, who was that? Ni Yang replied, a new friend I just met, she's looking to buy some Ice Jade skin from me. Oh. Shengguan Shi nodded. Chapter 1029, This is the Gap _2. Sorry not to live up to my own conscience. Ni Tsuihua was stunned, what about your parents? Lu Qi said, they have also been transferred to the prison on Taiwan Island. Ni Tsuihua nodded, are you flying out? Yes, on the flight tonight, Lu Qi answered. Then I wish you a smooth journey. Auntie, thank you. Lu Qi and Lu Ru both stood up and bowed to Ni Tsuihua. After speaking with Ni Tsuihua about this matter, the siblings said their goodbyes. Ni Tsuihua and Ni Yen saw them out to the door. As they stepped out of the Ni family's courtyard, Zhao Shuyue arrived. Zhao Shuyue was carrying a bag of things. Auntie. Zhao Shuyue nodded and stuffed the things in her hand into Lu Qi's hands, take this with you to eat on the way. Inside was a pastry Zhao Shuyue had made herself. Lu Qi had especially loved these pastries the first time he visited Zhao Shuyue's home. Auntie, thank you. Zhao Shuyue sighed, Xiaoqi, your parents are your parents, you are you. After returning to Taiwan Island, forget the things of Beijing and start a new life with Xiaoru. Okay. Lu Qi nodded. Auntie, you also take good care of yourself. I will. Off you go. Auntie, goodbye. Zhao Shuyue waved to the siblings. The siblings glanced back at Zhao Shuyu's stooping figure, their eyes slightly reddened. Especially Lu Ru, she now regretted her past behavior immensely. It was her fault. She owed Zhao Shuyue an apology. After Lu Qi and Lu Ru left, Ni Yen drove to the place arranged with Li Tong. Seeing Ni Yen get out of a small sedan, Li Tong exclaimed in surprise, Ni Yen, you can drive? Ni Yen nodded. That's really amazing. Li Tong continued, how did you learn? It took me over a month just to learn to ride a bicycle. How long did you take to learn this? Ni Yen smiled, it's easier than a bicycle. Really? Li Tong expressed skepticism. Ni Yen nodded, really. Li Tong thought to herself that when she had money, she would also buy a small car to drive. But the day when she would have money seemed not too far off. The effects of were extremely good, the elders in the family were very happy, and Li Tong was also excited. Right, Herace the you wanted. Ni Yen took out 3 boxes from the passenger seat and handed them to Li Tong. Thank you, Ni Yen. Seeing the Li Tong's eyes lit up. These were limited edition versions of impossible to buy in the market. It was because Ni Yen was kind and willing to do her this favor. You're welcome, Ni Yen smiled slightly. Li Tong then said, it's also time for lunch, let me treat you to lunch. Then I won't be polite. Don't be polite with me, we are friends after all. Li Tong took Ni Yen to a restaurant, and the two chatted and ate, getting along splendidly. Elsewhere, at Ihua University. Ever since using, Zhang Qiuying's skin had just gotten better and better. Now, Wang Lisha was becoming restless. Since her skin was somewhat similar to Zhang Qiuying's, both dry, and both prone to flaking in the winter. Seeing Zhang Qiuying's skin becoming increasingly hydrated while her own was drying out, flaking worse, how could she not be distressed? After much inquiring, she finally found a physical store selling and bought facial cleanser and aloe vera gel back, but she hadn't managed to get the best-selling whitening and moisturizing cream. After using the facial cleanser and aloe vera gel for only 2 days, the flakiness of Wang Lisha's skin had improved a lot. Wang Lisha, looking at herself in the mirror, was very happy, but the thought of not managing to buy the whitening moisturizer made her smile fade. If the normal facial cleanser and aloe gel could have such good results, then the limited edition could only be better. One look at Zhang Qiuying was proof enough. Zhang Qiuying's skin now is more than 10 times better than hers. She isn't any less attractive than Zhang Qiuying. If she could use the limited edition products, she would surely be even more beautiful. Just then, footsteps sounded from outside. Ah! Wang Lisha. I was wondering why your skin has been getting better these past few days. It turns out you've been sneakily using the Ice Jade Skin Cream. I remember just a few days ago, certain people were saying that the Ice Jade Skin Cream would ruin your face. So, does your face hurt now? Because she was afraid of being mocked by Zhang Qiuying, Wang Lisha had been secretly using the Ice Jade Skin Cream. Now that Zhang Qiuying had seen her, there was no need to hide it anymore. What? Is the Ice Jade Skin Cream your family's property? Are you the only one allowed to use it? Wang Lisha retorted. Wang Lisha had regrets as well. If she had known how great the Ice Jade Skin Cream was, she wouldn't have fallen out with Zhang Qiuying so badly. Zhang Qiuying smiled and said, Miss Wang, I have to say, your face is exceptionally thick. If I were you, even at the risk of death, I wouldn't use the Ice Jade Skin Cream. Wang Lisha wanted to respond with sarcasm, but remembering that she still needed something from Zhang Qiuying, her attitude softened, mind your own business. After speaking, Wang Lisha picked up a box of cookies and handed it to Zhang Qiuying. These are from my mom, sent over from our side. You can't buy them in Beijing. Zhang Qiuying looked at Wang Lisha strangely. Are you sick? Wang Lisha didn't respond. Instead, she grabbed another box of cookies and stuffed it into Li Huilan's arms. Here, this is for you. Li Huilan was just as surprised by Wang Lisha's actions. Zhang Qiuying continued, Wang Lisha, you didn't put poison in the cookies, did you? Take it or leave it. Wang Lisha glanced at Zhang Qiuying. I'm off to the cafeteria. Watching Wang Lisha's retreating figure, Zhang Qiuying wondered to herself, am I dreaming? Could Wang Lisha actually be this nice? Something doesn't feel right. Li Huilan said, I also feel she's acting a bit off today. Zhang Qiuying's eyes fell on the ice jade skin cream nearby. Smiling, she said, I think I know what's going on. What is it? Li Huilan asked curiously. Zhang Qiuying said, I'll keep it a secret for now, you'll find out in a few days. Today was the day Mo Qishan returned. Ni Yang had arranged on the phone with Mo Qishan last night to go eat Japanese food together today. After their meal, the two strolled through the streets of Beijing, getting ready to buy movie tickets at the cinema. Wu Yenyun has been in a very bad mood these past few days. Because for several days, the Ni family hadn't sought her out again. She had an intuition that the Ni family might have genuinely given up on her as their daughter. Even though she had always refused to acknowledge the Ni family. But now that the Ni family didn't come to claim her, she felt empty inside, a strange and uncomfortable sensation. She wondered if Ni Tsuehua had ever truly considered her a biological daughter. If Ni Tsuehua had, would she not come to claim her now? Aren't they mother and daughter? Perhaps she could never measure up to Ni Yang and little Ni Yun in Ni Kuihua's heart, that was the difference. If they didn't acknowledge her, then so be it. Without the Ni family, she could still live well. She was determined to make everyone take notice. Wu Yenyun heaved a deep sigh. Preoccupied, Wu Yenyun didn't notice a car speeding close by. By the time Wu Yenyun realized, the car was already about to hit her. Her face turned pale in an instant. At that moment, someone grasped her arm, and with a strong pull, she was yanked away. The car narrowly missed her by inches. It was incredibly dangerous. Are you okay? A concerned voice came from above her. Wu Yenyun let out a sigh of relief, feeling an exhilarating sense of having narrowly escaped death. That was close. She was nearly hit by the car. She should thank her savior properly. Wu Yenyun looked up and her smile froze on her lips. Why is it you? Could it be that Ni Yang arranged for the car? Definitely Ni Yang. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1030, Sisterhood Broken. All of this was orchestrated by Ni Yang. Did Ni Yang really think she could use such despicable means to make herself feel grateful, to forgive her? Did she think she was so easy to deceive? She wasn't a 3-year-old child. I don't need your help. Wu Yenyun pushed Ni Yang away. Ni Yang, stop with your fake kindness here. Don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. Who are you putting on this show for? You really make me sick. Ni Yang didn't fight back and just watched Wu Yenyun, a layer of desolation welling up inside her. Saving Wu Yenyun was no accident. No matter what, this person was her own sister, and she couldn't remain indifferent and let Wu Yenyun die right there. If she had still held a sliver of hope for this sister before, now, she was thoroughly disappointed in her. Mo Qishan slightly furrowed his brow. Ni Yang had already told him about Wu Yenyun's situation over the phone. Although he had long known that Wu Yenyun refused to acknowledge the Ni family, he hadn't expected her to be this excessive. If it hadn't been for Ni Yang just now, who knows what state she would be in if that small sedan had hit her, and now she's treating Ni Yang like this. Ni Yang might tolerate it, seeing Wu Yenyun as her sister, but he couldn't. Who do you think you are? Mo Qishan grabbed Wu Yanyun's wrist. If it weren't for Yang Yang, could you be living like this now? You're ungrateful. Neither Ni Yang nor Ni Tsuehua had ever cursed at her like this. Wu Yenyun was stunned, looking incredulously at Mo Qishan. She was the one who had been abandoned, so how could she be the ungrateful one? It was Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang who had wronged her. What right did Mo Qishan have to blame her? Just because he was Ni Yang's boyfriend? Because he was Ni Yang's boyfriend, could Mo Qishan just ignore the facts? Mo Qishan looked at Wu Yenyun with a very cold expression. Even Ni Yang had never seen such a side of Mo Qishan. His lips were tightly pursed, his cold features seemed to be covered with an impenetrable layer of thin ice, and he exuded a violent air that was vastly different from his usual gentle demeanor. Wu Yenyun, ask yourself, if it weren't for Yang Yang, could you live as comfortably as you do now? Your family's house belongs to Yang Yang, your father's company was funded by Yang Yang's money. Even your life was saved by Yang Yang. Think about it, how many times has Yang Yang saved you? What right do you have to yell at Yang Yang? The kind of person Mo Qishan hated most in his life was an ungrateful one like Wu Yenyun. If Wu Yenyun weren't Ni Yang's sister, Mo Qishan wouldn't have this kind of patience. But he had to give Ni Yang some face. She owes me. Wu Yenyun choked out. Yang Yang owes you? What does she owe you? As your older sister, she owes you nothing. Mo Qishan continued, if anything, it's you who owes Yang Yang. Chapter 1031, Sisterhood Ends. _2. But the significance of this was immense. At that time, she didn't know that Ni Yang was her sister. At that time, they were as close as sisters. Even after the last major fallout, Ni Yang didn't take off the bracelet. But this time, Wu Yenyun couldn't quite describe how she felt. Was she the one who was wrong? But it clearly wasn't her fault. Was being discarded also a mistake? Let's go, said Mo Qishan as he took Ni Yang's hand, but in an instant, he reverted to his usual cheerful demeanor. It's as if the man radiating hostility was nothing but an illusion. Wu Yenyun watched their retreating backs, unable to get up from the ground for a long time. Ni Yang. Wu Yenyun shouted, what are you worth without the Zheng family? If the one thrown away were you, I would be you now. You're mistaken, Ni Yang glanced back slightly, without the Zheng family, I would still be me. And if the one thrown away were me and not you, then you wouldn't necessarily be you. Everything Ni Yang had was earned through her own abilities. She had never relied on anyone. Even in her previous life, when she became the famous entrepreneur Miss Ni, she never depended on anybody. The word rely wasn't in her dictionary. Considering Wu Yanyun's current situation, she might not have the fortitude that Ni Yang possessed. Compared to me, you're living in paradise. Compared to Ni Yang, Wu Yenyun was incredibly fortunate. At least she had parents who loved her, and in times of turmoil, a sister to protect her. Yet she failed to cherish it. In a past life, when Ni Yang was deep in the mire, she wished dearly for a benefactor to reach down and pull her up. But there were none. It took her a full 10 years to climb to a future of success. Wu Yenyun had no right to speak of fairness now. Having said that, Ni Yang walked away, arm in arm with Mo Qishan. Wu Yenyun lay on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yenyun? Just then, a familiar voice sounded overhead. Sister Jiao Jiao? Wu Yenyun's voice was hoarse. Du Jiao quickly helped Wu Yenyun to her feet. What happened? Who bullied you? Nothing, Wu Yenyun hastily wiped away her tears. I just fell down by accident. In her panic, Wu Yenyun glanced behind Du Jiaojiao. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Grandfather Du wasn't there. If Grandfather Du saw her in such a wretched state, she wouldn't have the face to see him again. Du Jiaojiao continued, are you really okay? Oh, I was about to go find Yang Yang, do you want to come with me? Wu Yanyun's expression darkened momentarily, shaking her head, I have something else to do, so I won't go. Oh, nodded Du Jiaojiao, but are you really okay? Seeing Wu Yenyun in such an unusual state, Du Jiaojiao was a bit worried. I'm really fine, Wu Yenyun looked at Du Jiaojiao, adding, Sister Jiaojiao, Ni Yang is two-faced and isn't worth getting close to. Be careful not to be deceived by her. Chapter 1032, What is Upbringing? Yan Erju looked at Wu Yenyun and just felt that her daughter was excessively strange. Very strange. Wu Jinshu realized something was off in the atmosphere and frowned as he spoke, Yenyun, what nonsense are you talking about? She is your mother. Without her, there'd be no you. Even if you're angry, you can't talk to your mother like that. Dad, do you think you're not biased? Wu Yenyun said, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Wu Jinshu. You actually like Ni Yang too, right? In your heart, you wish Ni Yang was your daughter. Yes, how can someone as unsuccessful as me be fit to be your daughter? I'm sorry. I've disgraced you. Since you don't like me, you shouldn't have let her pick me up in the first place. Wu Yenyun had truly had enough. These past days, she had been living in Ni Yang's shadow. Everyone had been telling her to forgive Ni Yang, to forgive the Ni family. If she didn't, she would be seen as an ingrate. But had they ever considered that she was the victim? They had no right to accuse her. Wu Jinshu took a deep breath. After all, he was a man, so his endurance was much better than Wu Yanyun's. Yenyun, you're still young. When you grow older and have children of your own, when you become a parent, then you will know how difficult it is to raise a child. Go back to your room. You still have school tomorrow. Get some rest early tonight. Erju, let's go back to our room too. Wu Jinshu took Yan Erju's hand and walked back inside the house. If the standoff continued, the conflict would roll on like a snowball, growing larger and larger. Children are irrational, parents cannot afford to be irrational as well. Erju, let's go. Wu Jinshu pulled Yan Erju back into the room and closed the door. Yan Erju lay on the bed, sobbing deep and muffled cries. For Wu Yenyun, in her younger days, she had endured so much from her mother-in-law. But now Wu Yenyun was treating her like this, no one could understand the sourness in her heart. Wu Jinshu consoled her, Erju, let it be. She's just a child who hasn't grown up yet. Just give it a few years, she will be fine. Why are you getting angry with your own child? Look at me, I'm not angry at all. Actually, our Yenyun is very sensible, it's just that she's a bit confused at the moment. Everyone has impulsive moments, she didn't do it on purpose. Yan Erju was speechless, her shoulders trembling. Is being non-biological really that significant? How could this child say such things to her? Yan Erju was not angry, she was heartbroken. Wu Jinshu continued, Erju, let it go. Yenyun didn't mean it, don't be upset. It took quite some time before Yan Erju stopped crying. Only then did Wu Jinshu breathe a sigh of relief. Erju, you sleep first, I'll go check on Yenyun. As a father and the man of the house, at times like this, he could only act as the peacemaker, comforting both sides. A harmonious family leads to prosperity in all things. Yan Erju nodded, go ahead. Wu Yenyun wasn't doing much better, lying with her face down at the desk, weeping quietly. She felt the world was truly unfair. Even if she had not been the Wu family's biological child before, at least, her adoptive parents had treated her like their own. But now, they had changed. They had become strangers to her. Today, if she was their biological child, they definitely wouldn't treat her like this. Yenyun? There came a knock at the door. Wu Yenyun sniffed and ignored Wu Jinshu outside. Wu Jinshu continued, Yenyun, I'm coming in. After a few seconds, Wu Jinshu pushed the door open from the outside. Wu Yenyun acted as if she hadn't heard these noises. Wu Jinshu brought a small stool over and sat next to Wu Yenyun. Yenyun, I've washed an apple for you. Do you want to eat one? Wu Yenyun said nothing. Wu Jinshu went on, Yenyun, I know you have difficulties and grievances, but you're not the only one in pain. Whether it's Yang or Yang mom, they have their own hardships. Born in a tough time, everyone had no choice. Saying this, Wu Jinshu sighed, if you don't want to forgive them, your mom and I won't force you. But child, we cannot be people without conscience. Think about it carefully. Should you really treat your mom with that attitude tonight? No matter what, she is the person who raised you single-handedly. Without her, you wouldn't be here. Perhaps it was this sentence that struck a nerve in Wu Yenyun, as she suddenly looked up at Wu Jinshu. But I never begged you to raise me. Growing up, Wu Yenyun had never once resented her family situation. Because she knew how hard it was for her parents to raise her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1033, What is Upbringing? _2. But now, her parents had suddenly changed. If she had known this would happen, Yen Erju might as well not have picked her up and brought her home in the first place. Then she wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Maybe someone better off would have taken her in, then she wouldn't have met Ni Yang and endured all this pain. Yenyun, you are my daughter, and I am your father, so I won't get angry if you say these things to me. But it's different with your mom. You've been raised by your mom since you were a baby, through all the filth and mess. How would you feel if, as a mother, you heard that the child you've raised from birth spoke of you this way? If you were in her shoes, would you be sad? Think about it, has your mom ever treated you badly? At this point, Wu Jinshu paused before continuing, your mom didn't say anything bad, she just doesn't want to see you regret it later on. I won't regret it. I will never forgive the Ni family in my life. There was no point in further persuasion at this juncture. Wu Jinshu said, as long as you don't regret it, that's fine. Otherwise, when you grow up and think back on today, you might blame your mom and me for not having advised you. Wu Yenyun sniffled and remained silent. Wu Jinshu went on, go and apologize to your mom. She's had a tough time. Okay, I understand. Wu Yenyun stood up and walked toward the master bedroom. Inside the master bedroom, Yen Erju's emotions had mostly stabilized, but her eyes were still red. Mom, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way just now. Yen Erju lifted her head to look at Wu Yenyun, watching her daughter who was gradually growing up, and felt her nose twinge, nearly on the verge of tears again. Having said this, Wu Yenyun turned and walked towards the door. Wu Jinshu came in from the side, forget it, Erju. Since the child has apologized, let's not be angry. Yen Erju choked up and spoke, I'm not angry. The next day, Yen Erju and Wu Jinshu prepared to visit the Ni family. Having said those things to them the day before, Wu Yenyun must have said even harsher words to Ni Yang and the rest. No matter what, they couldn't let the Ni family feel disheartened. Although Wu Yenyun had made it clear that she did not recognize the Ni family, their attitude remained as cordial as ever. Ni Tsuhua immediately made tea for them. Yang Yang's mom, Yang Yang, we've not raised our child well, and we owe you an apology." Both husband and wife felt extremely guilty. Ni Yang brought out fruit and placed it on the coffee table. "Godfather, godmother, I know this isn't your fault. Even though Yenyun refuses to acknowledge us, you two are still my godparents. This matter didn't involve Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju. This couple was truly exceptional." It was quite a while before Zhuoling reappeared in front of Shengguanxi. Unexpectedly to Shengguanxi, Zhuoling was on one knee in front of her. "What are you doing?" Shengguanxi was startled. Several passengers waiting for the bus also seemed surprised. Zhuoling looked at Shengguanxi very earnestly. "Xiaoxi, will you marry me?" "What? A marriage proposal?" Shengguanxi covered her mouth, completely astonished. Zhuoling took out a ring from his pocket. "Xiaoxi, today is the 1198th day since we met, and also 3 years and 1 month. The great man once said, any romance not aimed at marriage is frivolous. I'm an honest man, not good at sweet talk, and because of my limited ability, I couldn't even prepare a decent ring for you, but I know that you are not a vain girl. This ring, although it's neither gold nor silver, represents my sincere heart. I love you. Shengguanxi. Please give me the chance to take care of you." Ever since meeting Wu Chenjun, Zhuoling always felt a sense of crisis. He was afraid Shengguanxi would fall for someone else, as people tend to change. Who knows what Shengguanxi would be like in the future? The most important thing was that Wu Chenjun was richer than him. So, the best solution now was to make Shengguanxi a member of the Zhuo family quickly. Once Shengguanxi became part of the Zhuo family, she wouldn't dare to entertain any whimsical thoughts. Zhuoling knew girls too well. Girls like Shengguanxi loved to hear sweet nothings because they were so naive and simple. A few words from a man could easily make them head over heels. So what if there's no diamond ring? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Zhuoling continued, to be able to marry such a gentle, kind, beautiful, and generous wife, how could I not feel secretly happy? At these words, Shengguanxi became even more embarrassed. Was she really that excellent in Zhuoling's eyes? Zhuoling added, "Xiaoxi, when exactly do you plan to marry me?" Shengguanxi blushed and said, "It's not just up to me, I need to go back and ask for my parents' opinions to see what they say." Zhuoling nodded. "Uncle has brought you up, so it's indeed important to ask his opinion. As for your aunt's opinion, you can either take it or leave it. After all, you have no blood relation with her, and she wasn't the one who raised you when you were little. That's not how you should speak. My mom is a very nice person. She cares a lot about me." Shengguanxi was not the type of ungrateful person. Her relationship with Ni Cuihua wasn't something that anyone could easily stir up with a few words. Zhuoling was a smart man. He knew he should play along with Shengguanxi at this moment and not contradict her. "Xiaoxi, I must have accrued good fortune in my previous life to be able to marry such an outstanding, kind-hearted girl like you this lifetime." Right now, to him, Shengguanxi was more important than anything else. After getting married, he would be able to turn himself around and be the master. He wasn't afraid Shengguanxi would divorce him. Given Shengguanxi's standards, she couldn't find a better man than him. Even if Wu Chenjun was interested in Shengguanxi, what could that do? Could Wu Chenjun accept a woman who had been with someone else, a second-hand one? He figured Shengguanxi wouldn't have the guts to divorce him. Shengguanxi couldn't read minds, nor did she know what Zhuo Ling was thinking, simply taking Zhuo Ling's words for heartfelt sincerity. Zhuo Ling, don't say that. I have many flaws too. Zhuo Ling said, it doesn't matter. I can accept all of your flaws. After a while, the car reached its station. Zhuo Ling dropped Xianxia off at the entrance of the village before taking the bus back. When he arrived home, Zhuo Ling told his parents about his proposal. Hearing this, his mother, agitated, stood up and slammed the table. No way. I don't agree. You have to agree, because I already proposed. Xiaoxi has even accepted. Zhuo Ling said. His mother, overwhelmed with anger and her heart pounding violently, said, foolish. Ling Ling, you're so foolish. That Xianxia has neither looks nor family background. She is not worthy of you. Her son was a dragon among men. In ancient times, he could have married a princess or become a son-in-law to the emperor. What was Xianxia? She wasn't even comparable to a sparrow. Zhuo Ling firmly stated, I'm going to marry Xiaoxi no matter what. I like Xiaoxi. Although her family background isn't great, she's educated, good-looking, and presentable. Saying this, Zhuo Ling casually picked up a fruit knife and placed it against his neck. Mom and Dad, if you don't let me marry Xiaoxi today, it'll end my life. Seeing Zhuo Ling with the fruit knife terrified his parents. They knew Zhuo Ling was the Zhuo family's only bloodline, their lifeblood. Without Zhuo Ling, what would be the point of their existence? Ling Ling, calm down, don't hurt yourself, his mother said anxiously. Give the knife to Mom, quickly, be good, Ling Ling. Zhuo Ling stepped back. Mom, don't come any closer. Unless you agree to let me marry Xiaoxi, I'll die right here, before your eyes. Zhuo Ling's father turned pale with fear. Ling Ling, my heart's joy, please put the knife down. Given the situation, his mother had no choice but to nod in agreement. Fine. I agree. I'll agree. She had underestimated Xianxia. She was a sly temptress. Look how she had bewitched her son. Such a person deserved no good end. In her mind, his mother cursed Xianxia 1,000 times over. Zhuo Ling excitedly said, Mom, you really agree? Really? His mother continued nodding. When has Mom ever lied to you? Ling Ling, please give the knife to Mom. The fruit knife was brand new, extremely sharp. If it accidentally hurt Zhuo Ling, that would be terrible. That wretch Xianxia would go to the 18th level of hell. Mom, you really aren't deceiving me? Zhuo Ling was somewhat incredulous. Ling Ling, rest assured, Mom is not deceiving you, his mother said fervently. Zhuo Ling then said, Mom, then swear to me, if you're lying, your son should never have a good death. Hearing this, his mother's brow twitched. This silly child. To joke about his own life for a woman. Damn wretch. Sly temptress. You declare it. Zhuo Ling urged, implying strongly that if his mother didn't swear, he was ready to take his own life. Swear now. Zhuo Ling's father also urged his mother. Are you going to just watch Ling Ling hurt himself? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the UnparalleledSwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.